And we are getting set for game number 3, which we will bring you live. Pinkerton and Bishop Girton, two teams very familiar with one another, two teams really on the short list of contenders year in and year out in Division One. We'll get a look at the Astros and Cardinals here in just a few moments. And Steve, this one kind of the unofficial kickoff to the regular season, which begins a week from tonight statewide.
Well, let's thank the city of Manchester, Nick, and of course Ryan Ray, head coach of Central High School, for year after year, right through COVID, the whole 9 yards, sticking with this Jamboree, and it's a full plate tonight. 2 games, as you said, behind us. You and I were talking, watching the Memorial game, had some athletes that looked pretty Division I caliber there against Pembroke, and that which is good to see. I think Memorial's been one of those teams hanging around for a while and just getting better. And we'll see if it's this year. They have some athletes for sure. Be interesting to watch that progression as we go on through the season. But this game here, Nick, Friday Night Lights in its history has covered some games, at BG, at Pinkerton Stadium. It's just we've had some marquee events there between these two teams. There's always that feeling you can sense. There's kind of like a Londonderry Pinkerton, Londonderry BG. There's a feeling between when any of those programs, throw Salem in there as well, Bedford, that play each other. It's just a high pitch. So last year, of course, Pinkerton was not in the Jamboree. It's terrific that Coach O'Reilly has made that decision to bring his team back in. Hope that's going to be a regular. Have so many great memories of watching them here. When you look at both of these teams, size and numbers, size and stature, and two, obviously, a legend in Brian Riley. But we had Coach Nalen on, Nick, and you and I interviewed him for our Gridiron program, which we do Thursday nights last year, and I was very impressed with him and seems to have got this program moving in the right direction.
That's Anthony Nalen, the second-year head coach on the far visitors sideline, along with his Bishop Girton Cardinals, who are going to kick the ball away here to begin the first quarter. Of course, one half of football, first and second quarters, and then we give way to Bedford and Salem. You mentioned Brian O'Reilly, over 4 decades on the sideline, multiple state championships at the academy, and of course, he's also the athletic director as well. And he's got one of the state's best players, expected to take a few handoffs tonight. He's on kick return, and that, of course, is the senior speedster, Matt Morrison, number 22 in red, a player to watch tonight. We are underway. Nathan Brown is the sophomore kicker for BG, and this one is going to be brought back to the near side. It's Pinkerton's Jamie Isaac, the senior, and he's got room. Isaac down the sideline. Isaac inside the 20, and Isaac brings it to the house for the touchdown. Pinkerton opening up the game with an exclamation point on the kick return. It goes over 80 yards. And all of a sudden, the Astros out in front 6-0 very early, just 16 seconds in.
Brody Blood had a nice contained route to start, but he slipped and fell. And the decision to go outside really paid off for Isaac, Nick. I don't know about you, but Coach O'Reilly's got to be pretty pleased with watching that run. And you throw Morrison in there as well. Already we can see he's going to have a tandem of a couple of speedsters because that looked like track speed to me, Nick. I don't know about you. BG, on the other hand, on that play, now they got some material to fix. Great film to be able to adjust for Coach Nalen to go in and try to fix that problem as the special teams is always so important to get going here early.
It's a bad snap. Kick is up anyway, but no good. Line drive effort. The snap hit the turf. And as a result, no good off the right foot of senior kicker Andrew Perfetto. But statement made on special teams. Unofficially an 81-yard kick return touchdown for Jamie Isaac, the senior.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you seeing him coming around the corner. There was 2 other defenders that he outpaced, and they had the angle on him early, and he made up that ground and then got some excess and drove him around. That is a lethal combination in a running game. If you're able to hand off to Morrison and that young man, that looks pretty solid right off. BG, on the other hand, we'll see who will be the new emerging leaders that were maybe in a backup, athletic backup role last year. What has happened in the offseason, conditioning, will they rise to the occasion and continue to get better? I thought they looked pretty solid. A lot of good things to look at with BG last year as Coach Neyland worked them into season form. I have no doubt with the numbers that he's got there, he must have some athletes and they're kind of interested to see that. But Pinkerton clearly off to a good start. I would expect, obviously, Coach O'Reilly to still continue to run that wing offense. Didn't even have to do it yet. But great also, Nick, to be back with the crew, with the FNL crew, Kat, Matt, and John. John here early, getting things set up. Appreciate all those folks.
We've got 3 cameras operational here in Manchester. Meanwhile, a flag is thrown. The Pinkerton kicker, Ben Quintilani, looking confused. And the officials will talk it over. Of course, that's another staple of this event, a chance for the teams, the coaches, the officials, everybody involved in the game to kind of iron out the kinks in a dry run live situation.
Couldn't said it better, Nick. It's exactly Ryan designs this for coaches and players to be able to develop. I remember when my kids played, we came over here and played Central, matter of fact, and it was just a terrific opportunity. You could see the players developing a rapport with each other. So those who come here, you go into your first game next week, and you've at least had some live play
right.
that's full cast, full tilt.
Penalty was against Bishop Girton. So 5 yards. Kick taken off the turf inside the 20 along the far sideline, still scrapping to the 25-yard line. Goes the return man for Bishop Girton. I believe that was Ian Leonardardi. You'll have to forgive us, of course. We are not at the most advantageous angle here in the crowd. We like being, of course, amongst the fans and the parents, but from this low-to-the-ground angle can be tougher for us to identify the numbers in real time, so bear with us.
Yeah, obviously the end zone cameras are there. They're their normal spot, which is great, but the field camera, we just couldn't get up high enough. But, hey, Kat can do wonders with a camera, so she's going to make the absolute best out of it, and we hope you enjoy it.
And, of course, it's Kat Doyle. First throw, it's in the air, it's down the sideline, it's contested and broken up.
Almost intercepted.
And incomplete. Getting a look at the sophomore, Andre Steinbruick. He's got big shoes to fill, as we know. Last year, senior quarterback Mike McDonough of the Cardinals led Division I in passing yards.
Yep.
He has moved on to the University of Virginia, but we get a look at the young sophomore here on his first drive.
Yeah, just another point. Isaac made that defensive play on the defensive side of the ball, made a great play there. Great coverage on the pass, knocked it down. So clearly this guy's an athlete that can get things done on both sides of the field.
Another penalty against Bishop Girton.
And
their second, the first against the offense. It's a false start.
And that's what Coach Neyland's going to want. That's where the benefit of coming here. You know, you can do so many things in practice, even in a scrimmage. It's just not the same. It's an opportunity to get out a half a football, come here, get a half a football underway, and fix these issues.
From the gun on 2nd and 10, a quick throw and an incompletion near side. Timing not quite there.
Yeah. Intended
for veteran junior Sam Faid.
Yeah, Andre's got big shoes to fill after McDonald, he was something like. I mean, when you think about those numbers, Nick, passing yards that he had with his receiving corps last year, it was pretty terrific.
The Cardinal offense is one of the funner to watch.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, 3rd down and 15. New quarterback rolls out right. That's Nathan Brown, another sophomore, but the result the same, incomplete along that far sideline. So a 3-and-out, an early victory for the Pinkerton defense. Astros out in front 6-0 here in the first minute of the contest.
PG for a number of years was struggling having a full cohort of good-sized linemen, Nick. They struggle. It doesn't look like there's a struggle this year with that at all. It's just going to be a matter of getting these guys up and able to play at the D1 level. And I'm sure Coach Nail will be working on that. But there's no shortage of size here for BG this year on the line.
Bowen, the punter. This one taken out of the air by Isaac, the dangerous return man. The senior comes near side across midfield. Tackled out about the Cardinal 46, maybe 47-yard line.
Yeah, I think you're going to see number 32 here in the replay take a great 28. Took a great contain route there to force that inside, unlike the last kickoff return. And that was able to get inside so the BG tackler could get. I could not tell who made that tackle. Did you see who made that, Nick? Here we go. Look at the contain route taken right there. Great job. That's what slowed him down, allowed 31.
That's Jonah Feliciano.
To be able to get in there and make the tackle. That's a good correction there.
So here come the Astros in possession for the first time as we get a look at the offense. It's run by Aiden McDonald, Jr.
Yep.
First-time starter. And again, the referee addressing both sides of the line of scrimmage. Pinkerton, 3 receivers. Quintilani in motion. Throw near side. It's a screen. It's caught by Anthony Caruso. And Caruso not going to get much. 4, maybe 5 yards down to the 44-yard line. Caruso, a name we know, Steve.
Yeah.
Two-way player. We'll see him on the edge tonight defensively, but one of those players with a big wingspan and a weapon on the perimeter.
I think exactly. Not only wingspan, got great foot movement there. He was able to straddle, grab another 3 or 4 yards. So important when you've got a running base offense to be able to keep the feet moving. It's a training, it's a coaching thing. Make sure all your players grab every single yard. Never go down in the first when the first set of hands is on you. Nice
tight
turn.
End on 2nd down and 4. Grab made by James Caruso. Of course, there's Anthony, and then there's James. Anthony, the senior. James, the junior, with his first grab. It'll be 1st and 10, Pinkerton.
Yeah,
the ball spotted at the 33-yard line of BG.
I think the height, girth, and weight and muscle mass of Morrison this year, he's obviously grown naturally. Obviously has a year to grow the high school level, but boy, he really looks strong right now. Looks terrific out there.
1st and 10, quick throw, catch made in the flat.
Oh, nice tackle.
And tackled immediately. Down goes Colin Gearing, the junior.
27, A.J. Holmes.
A.J. Holmes, we know that name.
Oh, yeah.
Very well from a year ago, one of the returning starters for the Cardinals defensively with his first stop.
That was well done. So difficult. Just kind of delayed receiver, kind of goes out there in the flats, Nick, and he picked it right up. Watch how quickly he's right on this. He reads the quarterback's eyes. Look at the speed in which and the straight hips, good hit, wrap, and drive. That's nice work for essentially preseason.
McDonald, 2 for 2 so far. Make it 3 for 3 as he finds Morrison. Near side, 25, gets a block. He's at the 10, and he's gone. Touchdown, Pinkerton.
Boy,
31-yard touchdown toss from McDonald to Morrison.
Look at the power.
The Astros added their lead 12-0.
This guy has put on some major muscle, Nick, some major strength. He's put in the work. Looks like he's gained an inch or 2 in height, and that's the power. Instead of just being a speedster now, he's running with power, Nick. He's lowering, getting that forward lean. Andre Garin, legend running back from UNH, used to talk about get that forward lean when you're running, and you clearly see that right there. So important when you begin to take a hit. You can deliver it rather than take it when you run like that. He looks terrific. Boy, Nick, what a combo he and Isaac look early on here like they could be. A lot of potential there.
Well, if you're just joining us, the Astros got on the board 16 seconds into the contest with an 81-yard kick return touchdown from Jamie Isaac and his classmate fellow senior a moment ago, Matt Morrison, on the receiving end of a 31-yard touchdown pass from Aiden McDonald. Speaking of Morrison, he's on the short list. And the only real list that matters around here, that's the Ukeka Foundation preseason football players to watch. He's on the watch list for one of the more prestigious awards given out, and it's well-deserved, as we know. Had a
absolutely, Nick.
Couple of years already under his belt of success in the system.
No shortage. He's not coming in new, right. To your point, yeah.
And now as a senior, he's gotten his final year as an Astro off on the right foot here in this exhibition.
Coach has 2 running backs. Both of them can receive, and he's got a tight end that looks to me be pretty solid from the couple of plays we've seen there. That's why I love coming to the Jamboree.
There's Quintilani. It's a squib down the middle. Scooped up and returned by Ryan Connolly, the junior. He's across the 30, where he runs into a couple of Astros at about the 32-yard line, wrapped up by Brady Spellman, the junior for Pinkerton. So nearly 3 minutes in, Cardinals with their second possession after a 3-and-out and a penalty look to garner a little momentum here, trailing 13-0.
Yeah, Pinkerton looks game ready right now, Nick. Well, obviously, we've got a lot more time to go, just 3 minutes. BG looks like they're trying to find that game speed thing. Totally understandable this time of year. It's it's looks like Pinkerton's right now, 3 minutes in. Looks like they're they've got that game speed kind of and that aggression working for them really early. Let's see how BG can progress through the half.
Andre Steinbrueck, who split snaps at quarterback on the first series, out here to start the second. And a delayed handoff. It goes to Holmes, who's got room over the left side, going to lower that shoulder.
Yeah, he
and
sure
make his
did.
way across the 40 to about the 41-yard line. A gain of 9 to set up second down and
like
short.
That run. As soon as he goes in between the arms of both linebackers, Nick, what happens? He's got both arms in that ball and driving his legs. Holmes looked great last year, Nick. I saw him develop. I think he developed great throughout the year, and you can see he's going to be a staple back for them this year.
Holmes, right side, as Coach Nalen offers to stick with the ground. It's a first down with the Cardinals across the 45 to about the 46-yard line.
Getting some good down blocks and some nice kickouts there. Did we already see the replay? I guess we did. Sorry about that. I'm a little slow here. First time out.
Darren Poulin with the stop.
Got to start looking for them early.
Now the quarterback change as Bowen comes back into the game, calls his own number. And I believe is across midfield to the Pinkerton 49-yard line. Again, Poulin is there to meet him for
Watch
Pinkerton.
this. He doesn't really do a great job of hiding the football, Nick. In a play like that, when you're going to do a fake handoff like that, which looked like that was to me by design, you got to really protect that ball, really sell that fake. Look at him. He doesn't really sell it there. Little off time, that could be part of it. But give him credit. He held on, protected the ball, and made a good forward lean run. Not much there.
Counter goes nowhere. Quintilani and company ready in the hole. And suddenly 3rd down and 5 with 4 minutes gone by in this opening quarter. Crowd continuing to file in. A pleasant night here.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Temperature about 75 degrees or so. Setting sun here in the Queen City. Cardinals hoping to keep the drive going. They stay with the quarterback. And Bowen, I believe, on second effort is going to pick up the first down.
Yeah, he runs pretty heavy as a quarterback. Nice turnaround. Better job there shielding the ball. Good motion. Pretended he had it. Look at that as the motion goes by. Good work. These linemen are matching up very well against the Pinkerton defensive line right now.
Quick cadence.
Yeah.
And a quick snap as well. The pitch left side goes nowhere.
They got a few yards, I guess.
Looks like he ground out about 2 in the air. They credit Spellman with his second tackle. Hudson Schmidt, the ball carrier, the junior, with his first carry. Second down and 7 coming up.
Looks like Coach Nalen's working. He's working the run, at least initially in this game so far.
3 receivers set, 2 to the strong side right. Against the 4-man front. Quick throw, incomplete on a slant route.
Got to catch that.
Intended receiver paid the price.
Got to catch that. Kind of turned sideways when you look at this. Look at his positioning when he tried to catch the ball. He was kind of turned off to the side. That's not in the best position to catch a ball when you do a turnaround.
Intended for Alex Dolan.
A lot of little things. But one thing that's looking good for BG right now, Nick, is their offensive line.
Bowen back in. Steinbrueck, who threw the incompletion, heads back to the sideline. As Coach Nalen continues the quarterback carousel. Rollout throw. Bowen. It's complete. Yep, they got it near the stick. And just past the first down marker for a new set of downs. So This drive showing some promise, which began back at their own 31-yard line.
Very different than what we saw last year with a gunslinger right from the first minute that they were playing. He could sling it. And I'm not saying this young man can either, but right now it looks like they're going to play a nice compact run game, a little bit of play action, a little bit of fakes and short out patterns.
Bowen under center now.
They're moving the football.
On 1st and 10. Run up the middle. Holmes springs loose. Holmes at a foot race. Holmes into the end zone for the touchdown. A 28-yard scamper for the senior A.J. Holmes. Had the hole, took advantage, and was not touched as he goes in.
Yeah.
Well, the first points of the night for the Cardinals. So the response is there as BG on the board looking for one more coming up.
Can we get that camera angle again? Look at the hole. What you look for in a play like this on that pitch is you look for a wash down to the left and somewhat of a kick-out block on the inside. Watch this hole that they open up for this young man. Look at the size of that hole. Everybody's doing their job perfectly. There's some good offensive line coaching going on right there, Nick, and these guys are doing a terrific job. This is against Pinkerton Academy, folks.
Bowen, extra point.
Sorry about that.
That's good, no?
I get all excited, Nick, about offensive line.
Well, unofficially,
yeah.
8 plays,
Yep.
68 yards. It's capped off by the long run of 28 yards there from Holmes.
Yep, and against a very solid opponent. So that's a good sign for BG to have that running game. That was just extremely well done by the offensive line. I mean, look, these guys are all plus 225, 230 across the line, maybe more, and they're look at that. Wow. Holmes has got to be pretty excited about what his offensive line is doing for him right now. And the nice thing about that young man is he gets the most of every opportunity he gets the most of it. So,
well, you mentioned earlier,
good things for both teams to look at right now.
Really came on strong towards the end of last year, playing in meaningful games in late October,
absolutely, Nick.
and November. That's an experience, I'm sure, that has stuck with him over the offseason.
And the progression of the BG team throughout the year had some struggles along the way, but when you look across, I haven't seen those kind of numbers in a long, long time. And he's got a lot of guys, excess 200 there up that he can work with to make this offense that he's running work. Look, that was a 68-yard drive that was pretty impressive. Winning the individual battles on the against the defensive line there against Pinkerton.
Junior A.J. Scholes, that was Isaac, steps out of bounds at the 16. So you see the strategy there.
Yep.
With the kick aimed toward the boundary. And Isaac with really no room to operate on that far sideline. So tough spot to start a drive inside their own 16-yard line here. But the Astros look to build on what was a impressive opening possession. It's capped off by a 31-yard touchdown toss from Aiden McDonald to Matt Morris. And they go on the ground here on first down.
Wow. Nick, traditionally when you come out in the beginning of the year, the defense has a huge advantage because the offense just takes longer to develop. But one of the things about these two programs is if they're going to be attacking the run like this, they're going to be hard to beat because both of these offensive lines, Nick, are doing a terrific job so far.
Morrison with the carry, Holmes with the stop. It went for 6. Set up a 2nd down and 4. Wingback and tight end left side. They're going to bring the quarterback, McDonald, under center as we hit the midway point first quarter. Fullback give, hitting the hole, second effort.
First down, I think.
It's going to make this close.
I think he's got it.
It's Quintiolani. Or no, it's a quarterback keeper as they credit McDonald with the 4-yard rush, so a first down.
Nice run.
McDonald 4 for 4 on that last drive, including the touchdown toss. Gets his first rush yardage.
That's a nice play right there. Nice play. Both offensive lines, Nick, are winning the individual battles. You got to believe that anytime that happens consistently as this, that means the cadence has got to be pretty tight.
McDonald back under center against a 4-man front.
Yeah.
And again, an inside give this time to Joseph Osanya, another one of these juniors for Pinkerton.
Yep.
Osanya's first carry. It's going to set up a 2nd down and 5.
one of the nicest skylines. It's this perspective that you get here from Gill Stadium is just fabulous. Looking over,
Located right in the heart of the city.
right in the heart of the city.
Of course, over 100 years old, as we know. 111 this year.
My dad.
McDonald on a rollout, throws, catch bobbled on the sideline and dropped incomplete just in front of the Pinkerton bench. Morrison a little off balance, couldn't reel it in.
My dad was a saxophone player in the band and was here in 1948. And I think I told you the story before when they came. Central Brockton battles were nasty, let me tell you. And they, as the band went in and was playing the Brockton victory song, they were getting tomatoed and everything else. It was a big deal back then.
Of course, the host is Manchester Central. It's their home field.
And I'm sure it happened down there as well when Central went there.
And they'll take on Manchester West later on tonight.
Speaking of Manchester West, your alma mater, Nick.
Numbers
Coach
up.
Prevention's got big numbers over there. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah. Hoping to compete in Division II, one of the bigger roster sizes since Bedford left the school over 17 years ago at this point.
Yeah. Well, everybody was kind of wondering about the whole Trinity moving up. I don't quote me on this, but I believe that Sauhegan handled Trinity pretty good in that game. I don't know what the score was, but that's what I heard. So Coach Boquette starting off against a new Division II program coming up in Trinity, certainly worthy of being there. No question.
Yep.
Good move by Trinity to go up to Division II in football. They'll get things going.
Meanwhile, 4th down and 1. Coach O'Reilly wants to roll the dice. McDonald takes the snap, hit along the line of scrimmage, and he's not going to get there. Bishop Girton
Big
comes
stop.
up with the stop as they flood the box.
Big stop.
Sam Faid, again, is in the right place at the right time for the Cardinals. So a big 4th down gamble goes BG's way.
Yep.
And as the Astros fail to convert, Bishop Girton will start in Pinkerton territory here, just inside the 39.
Well, that's a good defensive call. You know it's short yardage. They have the size, Nick. That's the first thing I noticed in the sidelines we talked about before the game, is they have the athletes with the size to play that line again that they've really been struggling with over the years as far as that depth part of that. Always had some good linemen, but didn't have it. Whoa.
Another deep throw.
Oh, he
on
can throw
1st
it.
and 10, Andre Steinbrueck, who has been splitting snaps steadily
Yep.
with classmate Nathan Bowen. Sophomore comes up empty there at 2nd down and 10. Just over 3 minutes to go here in this first quarter. Pinkerton jumped out very quickly. A touchdown on the opening kick, 81 yards from Jamie Isaac. And then the first possession was capped off with a 31-yard touchdown toss from McDonald to Morrison. However, BG with a strong answer on their previous drive, a 28-yard touchdown run from Andre Holmes gets them on the board. Now they're looking to tie the game or perhaps take the lead as Bowen going to rumble his way left side on 2nd and 10. Not going to pick up too much, 2, maybe 3 there.
If you look at the reason why Bowen got any yardage at all was because the BG left side of their line stuck with their blocks. Even though that they kind of stood at a draw there, they were able to stick with it, and Bowen was able to find a little sleeve to work through. Doesn't sound like much, but now it's 3rd and 7 rather than 3rd and 11.
Anthony Caruso led the gang tackle there for Pinkerton. 3rd down and 7. Bowen throws left side, and that one incomplete. Sailed on him a bit. That'll bring up a 4th down. Intended for Alex Dolan. Called his number a couple of times. So 4th down and 7.
Yeah, probably
with the ball at the Astro 34.
Probably smart to throw that ball out of bounds. There was no receiver open, Nick. They were covered well. Looks to me like the defensive backfield that Coach O'Reilly and crew has looks pretty solid. They're doing a good job on those out patterns, the deep patterns. They've got some really coordinated, quick guys that have got a lot of height. That looks to be a pretty strong group that he's got there.
4th down and 8. Steinbrueck still on the field. Holmes to his right, man in motion. 4-man front for Pinkerton. On 4th down, the sophomore, 2 steps to his right. He's got a man. Catch made.
Nice throw.
Fayed along the sideline has the 1st down. They needed 7. They get 10 to keep the drive moving.
Most of the throws on the strong side, Nick, for Bowen when he rolls out look pretty solid. His completion rate there is, I think he's only missed 1. But on the weak side here, just still struggling a little. Center left struggle a little bit on the weak side. That's just more practice. That's all.
Bowen back in. He's under center. Toss to Holmes, left side. Going to cut it up and bring it down inside the 25.
Yeah, we'll see in the replay. Look at this replay. Look at this blocking. Oh, there's the pass right there. Nice job. Look at every blocker is on. Got the hands on the inside, getting underneath, winning those battles. And the big thing is this, sticking with their blocks. Coach Nayland's got to be an offensive line coach, going to be pretty pleased with what they've seen so far there.
It was Hudson Schmidt on the 9-yard pickup, not Holmes. I apologize. Schmidt gets right back to it. And a stop for no gain, so still looking for that first down. It's 3rd and 1.
These drives are by BG are eating a lot of clock too, and that's such an advantage in a game when you can win the time of possession battle, especially when you can execute into the end zone.
Astro show blitz. Steinbroek is hit in the backfield, and Caruso is going to rattle him down.
You just got to. It'll be interesting where they spot this forward progress. They're going to give him forward progress. Best thing for him to do in that situation, Nick, as soon as he's in the grass, just go down. It doesn't give you any benefit to be, turning around and having that ball exposed, with nobody else around you. Just go down, avoid injury.
3rd and 1 turns into 4th and 6. Final minute, first quarter. Shadows growing long here at Gill Stadium. Cardinals already converted a 4th down attempt on this drive. Look to double their luck here in just a moment. A timeout.
Like the call?
Is called by Coach Nayland.
Yep.
He wants to review the options here on officially a 4th down and 7 coming up.
I think Coach O'Reilly will take that as well.
Reminder, we're just getting going here at the Queen City Jamboree, the unofficial kickoff to the 2024 season. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. Glad you could join us. The rest of our
crowd.
Friday Night Lights New Hampshire crowd here. The crowd here in Manchester. We're amongst them. Folks continuing to file in. We'll see Bedford, the 2-time defending Division I champion, take the field next. They'll host Salem. That'll be followed by West and Central, a rivalry renewed here in Manchester. And then Division II champion Pelham, under head coach John Trisciani Sr., going to take the field against Goffstown.
Hoping to get Coach Trisciani on
before
he takes the field, given the fact that it's the last game. But a lot of developments. Boy, that's a big plane. A lot of developments in the offseason there with coaching. First thought Coach Trisciani was going to be going to Hollis Brookline. Then we find out quickly after that he's going to take over Pelham. And
4th and 7. Throw over the middle is high, tipped and incomplete. It falls to the turf in the end zone, so the Astro defense, they hold their own.
They sure did.
They hold the lead at 13-7. And inside the final minute, the Astro offense is going to take over where they started their previous drive at their own 16.
Also found out that former AD over at Goffstown, Justin Huff, is taking over the AD role at Pelham as well. Be interested to see if we're going to get a little offensive coordinator action from him, because I'll tell you, he's one of the best in the business.
Well, he swears his coaching days are done.
Yeah, but it's going to be awful hard for him, I'm sure.
Meanwhile, a fumble on the handoff. Ball is on the ground. There's a pig pile. The officials say Pinkerton gets back to it. Clock will continue to run. All in all, no gain.
Yep.
Bring up 2nd down and 10. Of course, you mentioned Justin Huff, the coach, led that great Goffstown squad to a 2015 Division I state championship.
Yeah. The thing about that year, 2015, the thing about that year, Nick, was that, he had a great quarterback and running back combo, but what that coaching staff was able to do with all the rest of the players to build up the middle talent of that team into high talent was just,
there's a pretty cut. It's Isaac back to work.
Yeah, they get him free. He's going to do some damage.
Already done some damage tonight on special teams. Brought the opening kick 81 yards to the house to put the Astros out in front 6-0. That does it for the first quarter here in Manchester. Halfway home between Pinkerton and BG. Astros in front 13-7. Back to the Queen City in just a moment. You are watching the 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree here on Friday Night Lights in New Hampshire, presented by Fields Insurance.
Our broadcast today, as it always is brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency, with locations now in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you both the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Just call 603-471-9999 or visit BealsInsurance.com to request a free quote and start saving money today. Again, that's BealsInsurance.com. The New Hampshire Tomahawks promote the highest level of club lacrosse competition, not just in the state, but in the country. Looking to get recruited? Director Chris Cameron keeps an open dialogue with the nation's top college lacrosse coaches. Over 400 New Hampshire Tomahawks alumni have played at the college level, including the ACC, Big East, Big Ten, Ivy, NESCAC, NE10, and more. The New Hampshire Tomahawks coaching staff has over 100 coaches, including current high school varsity and college coaches. The Tomahawks offer training for players of all ages, clinics, camps, and leagues, along with spring, summer, and fall elite teams. So play with the best. The New Hampshire Tomahawks, showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NewHampshireTomahawks.com and girls.nhtomahawks.com. How can you reach your team's fundraising goals at no risk and no cost? MG Sports offers a variety of products to make your team's fundraiser a success. Their products include tickets and discount cards to hundreds of local businesses. MG Sports now has a digital platform where athletes can raise funds in the comfort and safety of their own home. So become another athletic program like Bedford, Goffstown, or Memorial that sets fundraising records every season. MG Sports, fundraising made easy. Visit mgsportsfundraising.com to start raising money for your team today. Colonial Printing is family-owned and celebrating 50 years of quality print services for New Hampshire businesses and can help yours as well. Whether it's creative design, digital or offset printing, or banners and signs, with state-of-the-art technology, unlimited industry sources, and the ability to think outside the box, Colonial Printing will help you get your job done. To see their full list of services, promo products, and portfolio, or to request an estimate, visit colonialprintingnh.com. That's colonialprintingnh.com.
10 seconds. Start of the second quarter here in Manchester. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you at the 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree. Here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, we're presented by Beals Insurance. Pinkerton jumped out to a 13-0 lead, took the game's opening kickoff to the house, and scored on their first drive as well. BG with an answer later in the quarter. And now on a 4th down and 5 from their own end, the punt from A.J. Scholes is going to go unanswered at midfield, take a roll across the 50 inside the Cardinal 45-yard line, where BG will come out at their own 44. Reminder, just getting going. Earlier today, Sauhegan Memorial picked up unofficial exhibition wins in their matchups with Trinity and Pembroke, respectively. Coming up next, we'll see defending Division I champion Bedford play host to shortlist contender Salem. We'll see a local rivalry renewed as well as host Manchester Central takes on Manchester West, and will close down the night with Goffstown against Division II champion Pelham. 1st and 10. Cardinals stick with A.J. Holmes. He got them on the board with a 28-yard touchdown run earlier in the first quarter, and has looked pretty good. Coach Nalen, his second year on the sideline with BG, has alternated sophomore quarterbacks throughout this first half.
Yeah, they're obviously – it doesn't appear as though anybody's been picked yet. Looks to me like this is a competition, and we'll see how that progresses.
Pitch on an inside cut. Nowhere to go for Schmidt as the hole closes down very quickly. Out of the secondary, it's Marcus Navarro, the senior.
I don't know.
One of the Astro veterans with the tackle. So 3rd and 7. But now just over 2 minutes gone by in this second quarter.
He got about 3, about 3rd and 4.
You're right. 3rd and 3 officially.
It's hard from this angle to tell. It really is.
The ball just on the BG side of the 50. Holmes again is the back. Andre Steinburek is going to hand to Holmes. He's
nice
hit
job.
about a yard deep in the backfield and dropped immediately.
Yeah, you look at the Pinkerton defensive line, little by little, player by player, Nick, they're beginning to match up a little bit better on these runs. Been a little bit more adjustment made inside the box to be looking for that. I think their attitude is make the quarterbacks throw, cover the short stuff. And
big hit there by
That's
Aaron
a big
Parker.
hit. But they're starting to get a little bit of penetration, playing a couple stunts, and seems to be working for them, slowing it down a little bit.
Parker unofficially 3 tackles so far this afternoon. On 4th and 1, they stick with the quarterback.
I think they got it.
It's Nate Bowen, the bigger physically of the two.
Pretty sure he got it.
Is going to get the first down. So 1 yard carry to keep the drive alive. BG is now 2 for 3 on 4th down conversions.
One of the things you want, they start stacking the box. Coach O'Reilly's doing the right thing. His defensive is doing the right thing. They're all stuck in there. Now's when you really want the ability to be able to pass, because that play action is available on some of the inside slant runs, out pattern, things of that nature, because the defense gets kind of drawn inside and drawn up. But you got to have a quarterback that can complete those passes to keep that multi-threat going. So
Holmes with 4. Set up a 2nd down and 6. 4 minutes gone, second quarter. BG open to tie the game. Trailing here 13-6. 3-man front with 2-man standing on the edge for Coach O'Reilly's Astros. Defensive line has been active. Again, a quarterback keeper. And again, Bowen is going to scratch out 2, maybe 3 yards as he works his way down to the Pinkerton 40-yard line. It's like a 3rd down and 4 on the way.
Well, they called, I believe, one inside counter that you would call back there about 4 or 5 plays ago. Looks to me like if they're going to start really going after the power, you gotta start countering just a little bit. We'll see what they do here because it is open.
Anthony Caruso with another stop along the line of scrimmage.
Good job getting through the hole. That's
It's a
be
quick hitter,
first.
and it's up the middle, and that is enough for a first down. This is Logan Curran, sophomore, with his first carry. So Curran sets up a fresh set of downs for his squad as BG, their second first down of the drive. And as you mentioned, Steve, time of possession perhaps favoring, unofficially at least, BG so far.
Especially in a half of football. It's not even a full game, So they've certainly had the ball the majority of the times. Coach O'Reilly's bringing in a lot of substitutions on D.
This one is going to go for a loss, as Steinbruick really had nowhere to go, or to zig and zag his way back to the line of scrimmage. He comes up about a yard shy, so 2nd and 11.
He's got 9 in the box, Nick, just driving those holes right now, just daring for a play-action pass. And the offensive line, when you have a standard defensive set, they've done a great job against a good Pinkerton defense when that. But it's getting things are tightening up just a little bit. You're going to have to pass the ball. Now they go in the shotgun.
Osanya with the tackle on the previous play. 2nd and 11. They roll out Bowen. The throw is complete near side. Alex Dolan, 2-hand catch along the sideline.
5 yards.
It's down to the 30-yard line. They get some of that yardage back and then some. So 3rd down and 5 on the way. The ball officially at the 31-yard line as we cross the midway point of this second quarter.
A little bit confused of why you'd be doing that, and then all of a sudden you go in the shotgun instead of dropping back on that, because when it kind of takes away the run a little bit. Interesting.
Pitch. Schmidt left side looks for the edge. Not going to get there. About a yard and a half shy this time.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't go for it.
Aiden Saringer spearheads the mission there for Pinkerton.
A tough spot right there. I thought he was up another yard, but it looks like his knee was down.
Yeah, about a yard and a half, maybe 2 yards here on 4th down. Again, the Cardinals have had success, 2 for 3 so far on 4th down. We move inside of 5 minutes to go in this one. Pinkerton out in front, 13-7. Hoping to hold on to the lead here if they can get the football back. They're showing blitz. And that may have caused Bowen to change the play. We'll see.
Well, they got everybody in the box here.
Bowen calls his own number, and I think he's going to get that.
Got it. It's
still on his feet, inside the 20 before he's finally whistled dead. They needed one. They got about 5 up the middle with the sophomore quarterback.
If you look at the battle of the push, you can clearly see BG got off the ball, drove him back. They had him 5 yards in the backfield. So Coach Nalen has got to be pretty darn pleased with his offensive line so far, with how they're getting off the ball, firing off low, good tactical handwork, taking away the hips of the. Look at that. That's you say, well, that's a big.
There's a high snap. Nice. Steinbroek does what he can to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's a good job by the defensive line.
Well, you talked about that group up front. The center is Dominic Grand, just a junior.
Yep.
Plenty of room to grow throughout the course of the campaign, but
yep.
For any type of run attack to succeed, you have to have a good center.
You have to have a good boy. Did we see that last week at the NFL level? All across the league, centers are becoming an extremely important part, and you can't lose the art. You got to have a good center, Nick.
4-man rush. Bowen to the air again. Catch made. Another grab. This one above head by Dolan.
Looks like he's going to be short by about a half a yard.
Trying to find the 10-yard line. They'll mark him at the 11. Bowen's second catch of the drive. And now a 3rd down and 1 coming as this clock continues to tick. Coming up on 3 minutes to go.
But again, if you're looking at film here, every single completed pass is on the strong side, Nick. Got to be able to complete some passes, on the weak side. But it's working for him.
Bowen with a toss.
I think he's got it.
Jump cut here for Holmes. Going to keep the legs going. Get inside the 7-yard line to about the 6. Yeah, of course, it's a goal-to-go situation at this point now as we
winning
hit the 3-minute
push
mark.
of war almost every play. And BG's Pinkerton, the Astros are putting up some assets in the box, and they're still winning. So that really tells you something about the BG offensive line so far.
Timeout on the field. Our broadcast tonight brought to you by Beals Insurance. Locations in both Bedford, Londonderry, and Epping. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance gets you the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Visit BealsInsurance.com. Also by MG Sports Fundraising. That's fundraising made easy. MG Sports Fundraising is the official fundraising partner of Friday Night Lights New Hampshire. Visit MGSportsFundraising.com. Also by the New Hampshire Tomahawks Showcase and Development for College Lacrosse. Visit NHTomahawks.com and also girls.nhtomahawks.com. And the newest member of our advertising family, that of course is Colonial Printing. They are now celebrating 50 years of family-owned business. Visit colonialprintingnh.com to find out more.
Just a terrific addition, Nick. Great work on working with them. Love to have them. A 50-year business in the state of New Hampshire, folks. Please go and support them and let them know you saw it on Friday Night Lights.
Bowen back to pass. Intercepted. Picked off in the end zone by Pinkerton's David Southern, the senior. Going to drop the right knee to the turf for the touchback. BG looking to tie the game.
That's
Southern says no, not quite so fast.
Ben, can you run that one again? That is a heads-up defensive play right there. Again, he saw the play action, and look at how fast number one. Again, you have to throw it. Look at number 1-3 getting back there. That's just terrific work right there. I mean, again, I agree. Not a great pass. Question whether or not you want to do that at that point. Obviously, if he puts that pass over, is over. But I think he thought that he wasn't going to get back, and he did. That's just a heads-up play. Look at that. He got back so fast. That's just terrific defensive work right there. And really a throw that should have been tossed a little higher. They'll work these quarterbacks. They're just sophomores playing at a varsity level, Division I here. he'll work with them, but Coach O'Reilly defense has got to be, and the coach is going to be pretty happy with the way that he picked that up and got back there. Terrific job.
First and only turnover so far, with 2:51 now remaining in this second and final quarter. There's a timeout on the field as Coach O'Reilly looks to address the offense, hoping to protect this 13-7 lead.
Absolutely, but
over
that's
the final 2:51.
Those are the kind of big heads-up plays that you need from your cornerbacks. And remember, he was forced right in the box, Nick. Both cornerbacks were screwed down in tight, and he saw that receiver making a dart for it. That's not an easy athletic move. You've really got to be athletic. Number 28, oh my gosh, I can't. From Londonderry was a guy that Shenna, thank you. Just a terrific job getting back like that.
Morrison on
Goodbye.
1st and 10. See you later. He's going to take this 80 yards to the house, untouched for his second touchdown of the game.
Nick, he's lethal. I mean, this guy, he's gone from just a terrific, skinny, young kid athlete. That kid is built for. That's built for college material right there. He really has worked out, Nick. You can tell.
He's got the resume already, but it seems like, as you mentioned, he's put in some work.
Wow.
In the offseason. He's bigger physically and perhaps faster, if that's possible.
It's the leg drive, Nick. Not only does he run with quickness, when he gets around that corner, he is not going to be easy to bring down. Before, if you remember, even last year, Nick, great athlete, great condition, everything else. But that guy's picked up at least 25, 30 pounds on that frame, and he's bigger and faster and stronger than I've ever seen him. That leg drive that he's got right now is going to create spaces and separation with every stride. This kid's going to be terrific.
Extra point from Perfetto, up and good.
Wow.
So
take
an
a look at that run
80-yard
again.
touchdown run by Matt Morrison makes it a 2-score game again, and now 20-7.
That's the field goal. I'd like to see if we've got a good shot. I don't know if Cat was able to get him coming around the corner, Nick. There we go, right here. Watch this. Look at that turn up field, and look at the separation in the leg drive he's getting. That right there is serious power, serious speed, serious skill of taking that plant foot and turning it upfield. He's going to be a linebacker's nightmare, Nick, and a cornerback's as well, and a safety. Look at that.
The Player of the Year award watch list with the Ukika Foundation.
He's on mine.
We're seeing why here.
And
today,
then,
a 31-yard touchdown catch in the first quarter, an 80-yard rip on a handoff in the second.
If they want to put 6 or 7 guys on him, Nick, and you got Isaac coming the other way. That's explosive.
Jamie Isaac,
explosive.
If you're just joining us, got the game going with an 81-yard kick return on the game's opening kickoff. Astros followed in short order, capping off their opening drive with a 31-yard touchdown toss from Aiden McDonald to Matt Morrison. BG's answer came about midway through the first quarter, a 28-yard touchdown scamper by A.J. Holmes, 13-7 our score after one. And then a big moment just a moment ago, an interception in the end zone with BG threatening to tie the game, preserve the lead for Pinkerton, and one play later it's Morrison on an 80-yard touchdown run. Meanwhile, on the kickoff, little dancing here for the Cardinals on the return. Nowhere to go for Matt McDonald. Sophomore, first time he has touched it this afternoon. So 2:33 to go here. And of course, the final score in the big scheme of things does not matter. The regular season officially kicks off statewide a week from tonight on September the 6th, but I'm sure Pinkerton would love to walk away here with an unofficial W.
Absolutely. Both teams have some good things here to hang their hats on, Nick. But when you've got weapons, when you get into those big games where the top-level teams against top-level teams, Isaac and Morrison are the type of players that got that separation speed.
1st and 10 throw
nice.
over the middle, catch made.
That's a nice throw right there.
Stay with Bowen. Contested grab by Fayad, his second catch. So 20-7.
Well, I don't think I've seen as many planes in an hour and a half as I've seen. And obviously we got 4 new carriers just come in, Sun Country, JetBlue now coming to Manchester.
We are right near the Manchester
You can
airport.
see the traffic. Wow.
Second down, no. 1st and 10. Roll out. Steinbrueck connects.
This young man has the strong side throws.
If I had another grab.
Yeah. He's done a good job throwing on that. They really got to work with him on something on the backside there. I'm sure Coach Neyland's going to, and the offensive coordinator, going to develop as they go here. If I'm both of these coaches, I'm regardless of the score. Obviously, Coach O'Reilly with the explosive players, got to be very happy there. But there you go. 2nd
and 4 finds Holmes. Holmes ridden down after picking up the first down up to his own 44-yard line.
Yep.
Tackled from behind by Lander McKiernan, the senior for Pinkerton.
A lot of open space there on that side because he hasn't really thrown there. That was a well-thrown ball right there.
Clock continuing to tick down. Final 80 seconds. Steinbrueck looks over at the sideline. Coach Neyland may have changed the play. He's got Holmes to his right. Takes the snap, throws to his right. A screen for Fayed. Fayed running room across midfield. Down into Pinkerton territory at the 44-yard line of the Astros, and another Cardinal first down.
Very early, Nick, but...
and now a timeout is called by Bishop Girton.
Steinbrueck seems to have a command on the as far as throwing is concerned on both sides of the field. His throws look a little bit more crisp right now, but I'm sure this competition is a long way from over.
Is it
both quarterbacks
exclusively a competition, or is this?
I have no idea, but I'm
two
just
quarterback
saying,
look.
It's just a 2 quarterback look. You got to assume that that at least the coach in spirit is trying to give both of these players, and both of them have some strong points. But Steinbrueck throwing to the weak side has been pretty impressive every time I see him come out. Got a good command. Both of these quarterbacks, it's very much in the favor to allow that competition to go because, people develop at different levels, and both of these young fellas look like they've got some solid attributes to their game. And they got some good. They both have a good line, and so I think both coaches so far got some good things to go home with and some film that they can work on.
Steinbrueck out of the timeout, going to scramble to his left.
Great decision maker.
On first down, going to tiptoe out of bounds. I believe a step or so shy of that first down marker. We'll see where they spot it. Picked up at least 9 on the run and brings the clock inside of a minute.
One of the things you're looking at here, Nick, is the decisions that the quarterbacks make and when they make them. Is it the right one, and do they make it at the right time? This has been a pretty impressive look here at Steinbrueck as far as making that decision to run the ball. Always high school football, if you got a run opening, go for it.
They actually marked him well shy of the marker. It's actually 2nd down and 3.
What a great
little
job.
Dump pass over the top, caught by Holmes, goes inside the 30 before he's ridden down from behind by Scholes. Mark him where? 29-yard line.
What a great job fading back and then getting up high and dumping that pass to his receiver with a couple of good blockers in front of him. Heads up play.
Clock running inside of 50 seconds. Steinbrueck incomplete. Trying to find Ryan Connolly, the junior, along the near sideline, but the throw didn't quite get there. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Yep.
46 seconds now remaining. Meanwhile, Bedford and Salem coming up next. You can see the Blue Devils already making their way toward the sideline, camping up, setting up shop behind the Pinkerton bench.
Yep.
And the 2-time defending Division I champion Bedford Bulldogs. You can see them over there in the shadows on the far side as well. Bedford-Salem coming up here in just a moment. Meanwhile, this one's still with some life. Final 42 seconds now. Another grab along the sideline for Alex Dolan, his 3rd catch of the quarter.
Making good use of the clock, getting a stop with these out patterns. Just getting the feet down inside and getting right out of bounds. So as they gradually work their way down the field. So
3rd down and 4.
Yeah,
and a flag.
They're going to get. I think it was the defense. We'll find out. I didn't see anybody move, but we'll see. Yep. Well, that's just
unofficially just a 2nd penalty against Pinkerton. We saw 2 against Bishop Girton in the 1st quarter.
Not bad though for coming out here for preseason. This is Been a pretty clean game.
Just a couple of 5-yarders each way. Looking to throw, but he's hit from behind. It's a sack. Elliot Ingram, the sophomore.
I think
fired up.
Elliot's the defensive lineman that had the flag, and he says, I'm going to come help my team, and he did just that. Look at him. He is fired up. That's
Ingram,
great.
you could see.
Yep.
Still beaming after
Yep.
that.
Nothing wrong with that. Little
And
inspiration,
another
a little motion.
timeout is going to stop the clock with 26 seconds.
Yep.
Coach Nalen using his, I believe, final timeout here.
Yep.
As the Cardinals look to get into the end zone one more time with an upcoming 2nd and long from the 25-yard line.
As we talked about before, Nick, so good to see these programs expanding numbers and getting more kids to go out again. And you just, football is a game where you just need the numbers, Nick. That depth at the Division I level especially. Division III, you can work with the high 30s, mid-30s. I mean, some teams in Division IV have, 21, 22, 23 guys, and you can work it through. But at Division I, you need the depth. You've got to have 55, 60 plus to really make it work because you're going to take most of your freshmen out. So it's great to see these numbers at these levels going up. And West High School, I can't say how thrilled I am for that, to see that program on its way back.
Biggest numbers in years in the Blue Knights.
Yep.
At the varsity level. Meanwhile, the throw incomplete. They toss it into the end zone, hoping Fayed could run underneath it, but he couldn't get there.
But again, Nick,
stop clock now with Steve. Sorry, 21 seconds.
No problem. Brady Spellman back there, Nick. The defensive back work by Pinkerton today on these receivers, especially on the long pass, have really been. They've got some really good defensive backs, and they're going to get better throughout the year as a lot of these guys are coming in. They're going to take leadership roles here for the Astros. They look very solid.
3rd and 10. Steinbruick in the pocket, looking to scramble. He's hit
There he is again.
And dropped. This time it's Amar Melkick.
Yep.
Another sophomore making a play along the defensive line. 4th down, clock continuing to tick, and BG is out of timeout. So that's going to do it.
There.
A 20-7 final score in favor of Pinkerton. This game had a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Special teams to kick it off, and then some long plays both ways. Both offenses able to generate lasting drives.
Yep.
I'd say both coaches, for perhaps varying reasons, appreciative and satisfied with their team's performance.
I think they both have a lot of film to clean up that they can cut. They have the film they need. They also have a lot of things that they're going to be able to talk. That's what I want to see out there this year, guys, when they review this. So I think both coaches, both of these teams, I would not place them here long. I think both of these teams are going to elevate as far as their talent level. They got great staffs. They got the numbers for that competitive level for positions. But the thing that stands out to me, Nick, is it Quintilano? I always say it.
I believe it's Quintilani.
Quintilani. Between him and obviously Isaac and Morrison, Nick, that is a three-pronged approach to a wing offense that's going to be very lethal to stop. If they can continue to build as they progress, their offensive line progress throughout the I think Coach O'Reilly's got some major league weapons that any team, regardless how good they are going to have difficulty stopping and doing film review of these guys. And BG's got a ton of things to be happy about. They have an offensive line, Nick, that's going to work for them this year. It's just getting these sophomore quarterbacks ready.
All right. We'll step aside. When we come back, Bedford and Salem, two short list contenders in Division I. Bulldogs and Blue Devils. Next, you are watching the 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree right here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, presented by Beals Insurance. Manchester, as we continue this 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. Bedford and Salem now on the field for their two-quarter matchup. Salem going to take the opening kickoff across their own 30. And will set up shop at their own 31-yard line. The quarterback is Jacob Chartinitz. Chartinitz, a senior, getting his first varsity start under center. But this is a Salem team that on both sides of the ball brings back a lot of veteran starters, including the man in motion. Meanwhile, trying to scramble, and Chartinitz finds the line of scrimmage and picks up a couple more in the process before he's hounded along that far side edge by Bedford's Bennett Matthews, the coach's son. Bulldogs, of course, looking for their third straight Division I football championship. It would be their fifth in school history and the fifth since 2016. Salem, after coming very close a few years ago under head coach Steve Abraham, they went to the semifinals 4 years in a row. We're going to get back to that level of prominence this year with this veteran-heavy lineup. They're going to pick up some here on a left side run for Colin Salkovitz, sophomore, who made an impression last year as a freshman. One of those special athletes that can contribute right away. He's going to pick up some pretty good yards there, about 6. Set up his team with a 3rd down and 1 at the 40-yard line. You see on the replay, a couple of good blocks, including from Kevin Tedisco, the junior, number 7 in blue. I have a feeling we'll say Tedisco's name quite often tonight. He's the wingback on the near side on 3rd down and 1. Chartinitz hands off, and a good left side run is going to keep the drive alive for the Blue Devils. Tedisco with his first carry. Give him 5 yards. And a 1st and 10 coming. Matthews, his second tackle for Bedford out of the secondary. Well, earlier today, Sauhegan, no problem with Trinity. That kicked off our afternoon. That game got underway at 3:30 Eastern. We saw Memorial pounce all over Division II Pembroke, 32-0. A game in which the junior receiver Jacob Schoeffel scored 3 touchdowns for the Crusaders. And then it was Pinkerton 20, Bishop Girton 7 in a game that just concluded moments ago. Sun starting to dip below the skyline here as we make our way past the 7 o'clock hour. There's a flag on the field. Be the first penalty either way here with just over 2 minutes gone by. And it's a personal foul against Bedford. So they'll tack on 15 to the end of the play. And a promising start here to the game for this Salem offense. Chartinitz handoff to Tedisco. Left side, patient run, looks for the sideline. And is escorted out of bounds there by Bedford's Caden Alsup. Alsup, the sophomore. Bulldogs unbeaten last year on their way to their 2nd straight Division I championship. They topped Londonderry for a 2nd straight year in the championship. That is a unit to replace some key members of that defensive line. Lost to graduation. Misdirection. It's a left side run, and Tedisco's been busy. Takes his 3rd carry close to the 30, inside the 30. The 29, they'll mark him. A couple of yards shy of the 1st down, so 3rd down and 2. Nick Anastas with you in the stands here at Gill Stadium.
3rd down and 2.
The unofficial start to the season. Of course, week 1 statewide is next week on Friday the 6th. I'll be joined momentarily by my partner, Steve Beals. He's down on the field, hoping to recruit some coaches for some on-air interviews. Tedesco gets a break on this one. It's Felix Gonzalez, his running mate from a year ago. Those two really formed a terrific tandem as juniors, both seniors here in 2024. Gonzalez down to the 14, another first down for Salem. This drive began back at their own 31-yard line. Now in the red zone, knocking on the door at the 14 on 1st and 10, a left side run. And not a whole lot of room there for Taylon Walton, another member of the backfield group from a year ago. Walton, ridden down by Bedford's Brennan Krause, the junior. So Krause limits him to 6. And now 2nd down and 4 with 4 minutes gone by. Lengthy drive here out of the gate for the Blue Devils. Hoping to cash in. Ball at the 8-yard line. Walton directly behind the quarterback, Chartowitz. Good. Meanwhile, a pitch left side, and this time the Bulldogs are going to gang tackle the ball carrier in the backfield. 3rd down and 4 coming up from the 8-yard line. We are joined now by Bishop Girton's Anthony Nalen, following his group's performance against Pinkerton. Coach, thanks for jumping on.
I appreciate you guys having me up here.
I'd imagine you're pretty satisfied overall. Obviously, you would like to come out ahead on the scoreboard, but it's an exhibition, and your team certainly, I'd imagine, accomplished some of the things they were hoping to do today against Pinkerton.
Yeah, I thought, one of our biggest weaknesses last year was, in the trenches with our offensive line and being able to sustain blocks and be able to battle with them in the trenches. We had a 4th and 1 stop that, last year we didn't have. So we have some guys that are hungry in the interior, which helps.
Meanwhile, Tedesco takes it in for the touchdown. Fittingly, he was the workhorse on that drive. Salem out in front, 6-0, nearly a 5-minute drive. Steve?
Yeah, I was just kind of work off what you said, Coach. These guys not only do they stay with their blocks, they're getting off the line. I don't know what you've got for cadence package out there, but it's really working because Pinkerton, very formidable defensive line. You guys were able to get inside, underneath in the bellies and drive and hold. And your quarterback both of them were pretty unscathed through the thing. I mean, I assume it's just coaching and a bunch of guys buying in.
Yeah, we got a lot of young kids, and sometimes that's really good because they don't have the egos and they don't have the big heads, and so they get coached up. And we had a really good preseason. We knew what they did from last year in our 2 games with them. They really like to blitz a lot and move the line, so we were trying to get some freeze calls in there to see what they're doing before we attack them.
Yeah.
But, obviously, it worked at times and didn't at other times.
2 quarterbacks look like they're gunning it out here.
Sure.
So lucky to have 2 sophomores going for the same job. You got that competition. You're going to have. Where is that right now? And obviously, you haven't probably. I don't know if you made a decision or not, but looks like a good battle and a good team approach going in with those guys coming in and out.
Yeah. So they both sat behind Mike McDonough last year. Saw him evolve through the offense last year, so that was really good for them. And then they had really good summers in the 7-on-7s and working hard. They're both good leaders. They can both lead the offense. It's not like one's a runner and one's a thrower. They both run and both pass, so it kind of puts a little bit more strain on me to make my decision. But if they can both lead the offense down the field, we'll play both of them.
Go ahead, Nick. The last question on my end, I'll turn it back to Nick. Going with a double wing, obviously it doesn't take long to look at that offensive line, the depth you've got, how well they did today.
Sure.
That you're going to go with a kind of a high quality, double down, kick out, triple down, wash out, whatever. Seemed to work for you tonight. Again, that's Pinkerton Academy.
Sure.
That's not some weak opponent, and it seemed to work pretty well for you. When did you decide to institute that? And I'm not going to ask you how good it's going because it sure looked good tonight. Where do you want to take it?
Yeah, so we showed glimpses of that last year.
Yep.
That was one of our weaknesses, was in the trenches, so it wasn't as good as we would have liked it to be.
Right.
If we can be able to shorten a game at times when we need to and be able to sustain drives, we had a couple 4th downs and 3rd down and shorts. Being able to do that out of that package is definitely going to help us throughout this year.
Yeah.
Next week, you've got South to open up.
Yeah.
What happens between now and then from a preparation standpoint to get you guys ready?
I mean, I'm sure just like Selt and Coach Knight, we've been preparing for them most of the summer and preseason. These games are important, but I'm sure, Coach O'Reilly's probably getting ready for his week one as well. So it was good preparation going out here and doing this, but, we've been getting ready as a staff and as a program for Selt for a while now. And we know that they're a really good team. They're well coached. They got a lot of kids coming back, and it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
Why are the numbers coming back in football? Nick and I have been talking about this the last couple of weeks together. What's going on? The numbers, some of these teams are getting back that have had normally 50 guys, 47 guys in D1 are up to 89, 90. What's going on?
Well, I think it's the culture. Being able to get a core group of kids that believe in what you're doing and buy in, and then being able to snowball that into grabbing kids that might be on the fence. A lot of guys are first, second-year players that are actually contributing because their buddies are playing and they like it, I don't think it's a broad paintbrush in terms of motivating players. I think that you got to find the niche for each kid, and being able to do that's part of your job as a coach. And when you're able to do that, kids want to play for you, and hopefully you get the turnout you want.
Are things a little smoother for you? Second year in, I'd imagine.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, we had a really senior-led team last year, even though they were inexperienced with playing. This group, I know these guys. I know them well. I know what motivates them. I know what their weaknesses are. So that second year is much better than that first in terms of coaching.
Well, good luck next week.
Thank you. I very appreciate it.
Good luck
so
this
much.
year.
Great seeing you, Coach.
Thank you.
And we'll talk to you soon. Appreciate it.
Yeah, have you on our
we got to get you at the tailgate after the games.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you. That's Anthony Nalen, second-year head man. Nice job hooking that up, Steve. And obviously he's in high spirits despite the fact his team fell to Pinkerton 20-7.
Yeah, he's got a lot to be happy about. We don't want to miss too much more of this Bedford game, but I'll just say that I want to say Coach O'Reilly wanted to come up, but the bus was leaving, and they're going all the way back to Pinkerton Academy, and Coach Nalen was he's not, so he's got going. He had the ability to come, but looking forward to get Coach O'Reilly on and talk about what we saw tonight at some later date. But he wanted to stay, but he just couldn't. So.
Meanwhile, Bedford on their first drive, their quarterback airs it out. Bennett Matthews almost came up with a spectacular grab, but couldn't quite reel it in on his way to the turf. The junior landed hard.
Looks a little shaken up.
And is perhaps a bit shaken up. You see the arm strength there of Jack May, the senior, listed at 6'1", 180. Takes over, of course, for two-year starter Danny Black, who graduated back in June, but nearly a big play there. It goes incomplete, now a 4th down and 12 facing the Bulldogs.
Really looking forward to see both of these teams. Salem, everybody knew last year, Nick, that Salem not only was a good, solid team last year, but they were building, and this is a big year for them. We'll see how the quarterback situation works out. Lumley's not there, but really looking to see how these two solid programs work against each other tonight as they go on to next week for their first games.
The punt is going to roll to a stop at the 32, and that is where Salem will take over 1st and 10, just over 5 minutes remaining in this opening quarter. We appreciate Coach Nalen of Bishop Girton coming on. And during the start of the interview, Salem scored an 8-yard touchdown.
How did the drive go?
By Kevin Tedisco. Tedisco, the bell cow on the drive.
Yep.
As he had unofficially 5 carries, including that 8-yard touchdown scamper. Extra point was good, and that is where we are. 7-0 Salem as the Blue Devil offense comes back out for drive number 2. New quarterback. This is Chris Goss. And Goss, the sophomore, with a short completion. Technically in the backfield, about a yard shy of the line of scrimmage. Was Walton on the catch. He's tackled immediately along that far sideline, and a 2nd down, 11 coming up.
Well, now we'll be able to watch the replays. The glare won't be hitting now. That'll be enjoyable.
A bit of a pink,
sure.
Kind of an orange sherbet sky.
Yeah.
Settling in here on the Manchester skyline.
Northern New England, what a place for September and October to be.
And the temperature dropping just a bit.
I would agree. By the time I left to go get hopefully get the interviews, I noticed the coaching staff for BG is hanging around here looking at both of these teams. Can't blame them for that.
Little start and stop, and then a cut. This is Colin Salkovitz, the sophomore, who found a little bit of daylight there at the end of the run, makes his way up to the 40-yard line. And his squad in shouting distance of the 1st down marker, 3rd down and 3. Salkovitz, his second carry. Well, Salem, they're going to be tested, Steve, right away in week 1 when they take on Londonderry. That is a game that's going to be played in Massachusetts due to the field conditions, as there's a little bit of stadium work, as we know, going on.
I wonder if it's going to be Haverhill again, because they usually trade fields.
But either way, Londonderry-Salem, that rivalry renewed right off the bat, week number 1, a week from tonight.
Well, that if it is in Haverhill, Nick, it brings back memories of when we were first starting together.
Right.
And we got about, I think, a minute and 8 seconds off of the game, and then the video sync crashed. We've come a long way since then. But, that was kind of like the early days when Edison was trying to make the bulb. We were trying to make this thing work. And I remember we packed everything up, got up about 60 yards up in the bleachers, and had to bring everything back down after a minute 8 gone. But,
hopefully we'll have smooth sailing this time.
Smooth sailing this time.
Upon our return, if indeed that is our
It had a lot of
decision.
similarities to the feel in this stadium, kind of a WPA look to it, from the years ago, the decades ago when these stadiums were built, obviously improved upon as time goes on, but had some similar element to it.
Of course, Gill Stadium originally opened back in 1913.
Unbelievable, yeah. But didn't they have a WPA rebuild? I think
they've had several renovations, rebuilds.
Yeah.
The latest edition
was done.
The latest edition, the turf, which was installed a few years ago.
Yep. And serves the baseball as well as football.
3rd and 3 out of the timeout. Goss under center. Handoff is a quick hitter. And on a straight up the field run, it's going to be close. Tackle made by Noah Casamassino for Bedford, the senior. And Matt Ben collided with him as well. Ben.
Good to see Bennett Matthews.
And Casamassino are going to hold him short. 4th and inches.
Yep. Look, Bennett's back in the game. That's good to see. Looked like he was a little shaken up there on that dive, and he's back in the game, so that's good.
So the double handoff to Gonzalez only gets 2.5 yards when 3 was required.
Mm-hmm.
And now the officials are going to move the chains. So after a meeting of the minds, the officials say, indeed, Gonzalez did get the first down, so it's 1st and 10 as we hit 3 minutes to go in this opening quarter. Salem with a 7-0 lead, 8-yard touchdown run by Kevin Tedisco, the difference so far.
Yeah.
Approaching midfield from their own 44-yard line. Goss, low crouch under center, play action pass. Has time, throws near side, a leaping grab is made in the dirt. Catch hauled in along the near sideline. That's one of their big receivers, Ivan Colon III. That's a name we said several times a year ago. Seemingly having a knack for making big plays at the right time. He does so here, a 4th down conversion to keep Salem's offense on the field. You see there the throw from Goss.
1st and 10, Salem.
Finds a pocket in the defense. Plenty of room to land there for Cologne. Meanwhile, on 1st and 10, it's back to the ground. Tedisco, another between the tackles carry. Picks up 6 in the end. And now a timeout is called. Casamassino credited for the tackle again. Coach Matthews wants to address this defensive group. Trailing 7-0, he calls for time. With just over 2 minutes to go now in this first quarter.
I'm sure that Coach Matthews has got a lot of new guys coming in. That was quite a group that he had the last 2 years, and he's had the bookends there, the defensive ends, and Sheridan. So many other players. Danny Black, 2 years there playing quarterback last. So, it's a lot of work, and having these guys have this opportunity to come out here is huge at this time.
Well, 2 minutes to go here, and the first timeout is used either way. Out of the timeout. Good start to the play and a good finish as well. As Walton finds a little bit of daylight on that far sideline, gets his way inside the 20. Well, we're hoping Coach Ball could jump on.
I tried.
But
everybody's busy tonight. He's talking to his wife, and I said, Coach,
you don't want to interrupt that.
But he did say, call me anytime and I'll be there. So he's always been such a great guy to us, always willing to come on the show on Thursday night.
And we'll catch up with him soon.
Another New Hampshire legend. Will be just the football coach this year. And you got to believe he must be really dialed in this year with his group.
Ball on the ground, recovered by Salem. Boy, Goss got squashed as two Bulldogs converged. Heads up play by Aaron Masson, the senior, to recover. But a big hit there as Brody Helton said hello there on the blitz.
Brody can do that, whether it's lacrosse or football or whatever he's playing. Brody brings it.
Had a tremendous sophomore year.
Incredible.
As he led Division I in all of rushing and rushing touchdowns. And he is also on the Ukika watch list this year as a junior.
Without a doubt.
Final minute, first quarter. Pitch to Disco. And Bedford swarms him.
Great defense there. Linebackers coming up.
Nowhere to go on the edge as Jake Sheff checks in with a stop.
Look at the linebacker course staying square here. Look at this. That's how it's played. Keep the hip square. Keep your vision up.
Finished him off. Krause with his second tackle. So 2nd and 10, no gain officially.
Well, we won't see Londonderry tonight, but you got to believe they're going to be right there in the mix as well as Coach Lozon gets his programs. I was looking in the stands quickly. I didn't see him. Usually he's a regular scouter. He loves to look in. He's a big film guy. And but haven't seen him here. He could be here, but haven't seen him here tonight.
Lancers, of course, have been to the state championship game in 4 of the last 5 seasons. Salkowitz may have slipped there on the turf.
Yeah, but
his feet betray him, and he goes nowhere on an east-west run. So 4th and long, and that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter. Salem, they scored on their opening possession. Got the ball in Bedford territory with a 4th down coming. What will they decide? We find out on the other side. You are watching the 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. We're presented by Beals Insurance.
Our broadcast today, as it always is brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency, with locations now in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you both the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Just call 603-471-9999 or visit BealsInsurance.com to request a free quote and start saving money today. Again, that's BealsInsurance.com. The New Hampshire Tomahawks promote the highest level of club lacrosse competition, not just in the state, but in the country. Looking to get recruited? Director Chris Cameron keeps an open dialogue with the nation's top college lacrosse coaches. Over 400 New Hampshire Tomahawks alumni have played at the college level, including the ACC, Big East, Big Ten, Ivy, NESCAC, NE10, and more. New Hampshire Tomahawks coaching staff has over 100 coaches, including current high school, varsity, and college coaches. The Tomahawks offer training for players of all ages, clinics, camps, and leagues, along with spring, summer, and fall elite teams. So play with the best. The New Hampshire Tomahawks, showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NewHampshireTomahawks.com and girls.nhtomahawks.com. How can you reach your team's fundraising goals at no risk and no cost? MG Sports offers a variety of products to make your team's fundraiser a success. Their products include tickets and discount cards to hundreds of local businesses. MG Sports now has a digital platform where athletes can raise funds in the comfort and safety of their own home. So become another athletic program like Bedford, Goffstown, or Memorial that sets fundraising records every season. MG Sports, fundraising made easy. Visit mgsportsfundraising.com to start raising money for your team today. Colonial Printing is family owned and celebrating 50 years of quality print services for New Hampshire businesses and can help yours as well. Whether it's creative design, digital or offset printing, or banners and signs, with state-of-the-art technology, unlimited industry sources, and the ability to think outside the box, Colonial Printing will help you get your job done. To see their full list of services, promo products, and portfolio, or to request an estimate, visit colonialprintingnh.com. That's colonialprintingnh.com.
First and 10, 20-yard line.
Well, back here for the second quarter. Bedford with the football. Brody Helton, last year's rushing leader statewide. Tried to find a little bit of a crevice along that far edge, but could not quite get to the sideline. Gets upended. Salem's defenses look pretty good here. 7-0 Blue Devils. An 8-yard touchdown run from senior Kevin Tedisco Jr. has been the difference so far that capped off Salem's opening drive. Bedford didn't get much on their first possession, had to punt. And now on their second trip face a 2nd down and 9. Another series for the senior Jack Bay, and he's got a man.
That was a heck of a pass.
That's
right
a first down into Salem territory as Bennett Matthews, who checked in defensively with a couple of tackles in that first quarter.
Boy, that was a pretty impressive release.
Oh, I'm sorry,
there.
that's not Matthews. My fault. That's Peter Suazo.
Yep.
The senior makes his first grab. Either way, a first down for Bedford. And they're in Salem territory at the 42-yard line.
Got a good arm on him. He's a quick release. Very accurate there. With this offense, they are obviously going to need one.
Helton, handoff out of the gun. It's a cut to his left. And that is brought down by Felix Gonzalez. First minute, second quarter. And we welcome in, here we go. We're going to welcome in Coach John Trisciani, Sr., the newest head coach of the Pelham Pythons. Of course, they will take on Goffstown to conclude the Jamboree tonight. So, Coach, we appreciate a couple of minutes here with you. I know you're going to be busy getting your squad ready to go.
The sad part is what I had to go through to get him up. He's down there kissing babies, hugging people.
Well,
he's a difficult man to get. He's a hard card to get. I'll tell you. Thank you for coming up, John.
You guys were my number one priority.
We were. All right.
Yeah. I was upstairs looking for you. I got thrown out of there. Finally, I came here. I couldn't see you. Pat O'Neill told me you were down here.
Got pregame pretzels for you, too,
thanks.
Coach, if you want. All right.
So, Coach, tell me a little bit about the summer. It's obviously been busy.
Wow.
How did the opening come about, and how did you find yourself in Pelham as now the head coach of the defending Division II champions?
Well, it was open for quite a while. I applied very late. People were good in the interview. It was like the end of May. They offered me a job as the in-school suspension person, which has been my thing for the last few years. Mm-hmm. So I said, I'll go there. They seemed pretty interested in football. They told me I could get a key to the weight room and I could use it, which was important to me. Mm-hmm. And then June 9th, I walked in and opened the weight room, which now we're moving forward.
Tell me about this group. Obviously, winning a tradition under Tom Baby and the predecessor, especially the last 4 years or so with that 40-plus game win streak. A lot of those kids coming back. What's the personnel like here in 24?
Certainly I've known Tommy Babane for a long time. I mean, won a ton of games. I watched them play a lot on film last year before I ever got there. So I've had their film for a couple of years because I was working for Keith Jones at Milford High. They killed everyone.
Right.
They held all the scores down, but they blew everybody out.
Right.
Awesome hitting. Awesome football team. So we returned 22 guys out of the 36 they finished with. 4 starters. I have about 54 guys. There'll be less tonight. So we have a lot of bodies, but a lot of them are new bodies. So at least 33, 35 new kids that were not in the program. 4 starters who played a lot. You know, as I like to say, there's quite a tradition of winning here, and tradition doesn't graduate. These kids grew up around winning football.
Right.
So there's that. How good are we? I don't know. I think we're going to get a look tonight. We played a 3-way scrimmage with Memorial and Central last week. You know, certainly we were very competitive with them. Want to see what the next step is tonight. I told them as long as we're running and hitting, Coach Trish will be happy. I don't really care about anything else. Can we be a good sportsmanship team? Can we hand the ball to the official after we run the ball so they don't have to bend over and chase it?
There you go.
And can we run and hit? And I told them I would try to be very patient and just, you know, kind of like a run-through before we open up next week at Bow is what we're looking for. I really don't know what we have. I think we're going to get a good look tonight.
Well, that's what this Jamboree is all about,
Sure.
right? 2 quarters to kind of fine-tune and for a coaching staff to say it like you just said it, figure out what you have, right?
Sure.
John,
Steve.
looking for a head coaching position that fits you. Pretty hard to look at the team like Pelham and look at John Trisciani and not see a fit there. Just my personal opinion with the style of football they play and the style of football that you teach. One of the things that I know is really important to you in our discussions throughout the last couple of years is having access to a weight room and really developing the strength and conditioning program. How is that? They gave you the keys. How has that gone so far?
Not bad. You know, it's very small.
Yeah.
But it's been accommodating us, and we've begun teaching kids how to lift and squat and whatnot. They were not in there all winter after the coach stepped down. So it was a very late start for high school football to start lifting on June 9th or June 10th. But some of the kids were lifting on their own, other places in the winter. Certainly we made the best of it and rotated a lot of kids through and spread our way into the gym. So, I mean, I'm content. Certainly, you know, like I said to Nick, anytime you're going someplace that was that good, and they were that good, it's not bad.
Right. You got a good starting point.
Not many guys here from that team. I wish I was coaching that team.
Well,
but I wasn't there. I was at Central.
Well, let's talk about that for a sec. You got the Pelham Razorbacks. Now, years back through youth programs, I went all the way through it from the early 2000s up. The Pelham Razorbacks had that same situation that Pelham has, Pelham High School has. How is the feeder program there today? Have you had any connection with them? At least, obviously, got a lot of work to do in a short period of time. But I'm assuming that's going to be a good catalyst to develop tough football players that know the basic fundamentals. They always have a history of doing that.
Yeah, they have quite a background. I mean, I was playing against them in the 80s. Kelly Vante runs the program. Her son is playing for us. I've had a conversation, offered to help in any way. And I'm not looking for them to run our offense or defense, but I'll help them in any way I can. It's still the Pelham Razorbacks, and they've still been pretty good.
Still got that same toughness that they play with. They play four-quarter football.
That's what they tell me.
Four-quarter football all the way through, and very intimidating group. And it didn't matter whether they were 9 against an 11-year-old. Everybody played the same. So certainly got a good feeder program, John. What's the numbers so far that you've got going in right now? Obviously, we'll look at the roster, but is that you satisfied with that?
I think we're suiting up like 48 tonight.
Yeah. Okay, wow.
Probably have like 52, 55.
Yep.
Get some guys banged up. Get some guys who came in late from vacation. You know, some of the Pelham kids like to go on vacation when football starts with their families.
Yep, I'm sure.
So
last question, John.
And I'm still taking players. So
why
I got
not?
guys
You
walking
can continue.
in out of school.
Yeah, why not? But
we're a wide open and welcoming unit.
Absolutely, all comers.
Yes.
Let's talk about assistant coaching staff. Obviously, you got a short period of time here to develop a group of assistants, Nick. John, that are going to give you the what you need to get. How has that process gone? And I'm not sure. I have no idea. Is Justin Huff going to join the group, or is
no? But I did try to get him along with every other football person in my cell phone that I've been hitting all winter.
Yeah. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah.
It started to come together. Darren Lennon came with me from Central. Jake Castricone, who used to play for me at Trinity, came in.
Wow. Yeah, there's a name from the past.
Sam Kowal, who played at UNH with Sean McDonald. I found him painting in the hallway. He's an elementary school PE teacher.
Yeah.
Picked up Will Cunningham, who played for us at St. A's. He's more of a part-time role. He has a real job. But in the preseason, we were going there 5:30 to 7:30. He was
all hands on deck, yeah.
Just picked up a guy named Ryan Clark, teacher in the school, who found me, who was the head coach at Pelham when Tommy Babane left for like 4 years between the first half of his Pelham thing and the second half of his Pelham thing. So he's been a huge pickup. You know, he coached at Pelham, coached at Wyndham with Billy Raycraft. Has a background in the double wing, which is what I'm running.
That's huge.
He has a 30-stack background. That's what we're running. So everything's good with the coaches.
Going
it's
good.
come together really nice.
I talked to a gentleman that I saw earlier that goes way back with John Trisciani, who spends a lot of time in Florida down on the West Coast, that he said that you were talking to him about coaching, but I'm not sure if he joined your staff or not.
Yeah, no, he didn't want to come. But we did talk to him. I saw him last night. Yeah. He's busy.
He is busy. But, I have a lot of great memories with him. But I'll hand it back to Nick. John,
real quick,
before
Coach.
we go, good luck this season.
Yes.
Thank you.
You got short order. You got a lot of work to do in a short period of time. You're the type of guy that can do it. We wish you the very best of luck. And come see us, will you?
Well, I appreciate it.
All right.
Appreciate all you guys do for football.
Well, love
it. Appreciate it as well. Anything to watch for tonight specifically?
We're not going to run a lot of plays. We're not going to pressure or blitz a lot. We're not going to run a lot of coverages. We're not trying to hide anything.
Yep.
We just don't have much.
Right.
We're going to run some plays, and I'm hoping we're going to hit and run.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to it.
Sure.
For sure. Coach, good luck.
Yeah,
appreciate it as usual.
Thanks,
as usual, one of my favorite
pleasure
interviews for sure.
Right.
That's John Trisciani, Sr., the new head coach of the Pelham Pythons, the Division II.
And I think you owe me for breakfast this time, if I'm not mistaken. All right.
Meanwhile, back to game action here. Bedford is going to take the lead. Brody Helton with his second touchdown. This one comes from 19 yards out, and the Bulldogs have scored 13 unanswered. Now with just over 4 minutes to go in this second and final quarter.
John Trisciani has done so much throughout the years of football, from the youth levels all the way up. Really, John, not only is he a great football guy, but he's a great friend.
Well, as he put it once to me, I've got the experience from coaching 8 or 9 year olds to 22, 23 year olds at the NCAA level.
Well, that's why I asked him about the Razorbacks.
You don't find a guy with that kind of a resume very often.
Yeah, my guess is he's going to get in deep from the youth right up, and he's going to really be involved in helping assist developing those young players. Pelham Razorbacks, a great program, have a lot of great coaches that just keep coming back. And, those kids play with a kind of heart and soul that a John Trisciani is going to really appreciate. You got to read between the lines sometimes with John. And my clear indication in his description of the scrimmage was that those guys were hitting, and they held their own, and that's what he's looking for. And that's what you need, at that level. So,
meanwhile, 14-7 Bedford. As well, the offense seemingly, Steve, has come alive over the last couple of drives. They've leaned on their star running back, and the junior Brody Helton has been able to deliver with now 2 rushing touchdowns.
Yep, I mean, that's just this is a thing for both of these coaches to get their teams to progress. Where you started, get that game speed and that game pad level hitting that you need for the first game to come out, and come out early and playing the best football you can possibly play in your opening game. So I do believe that coming to the Jamboree, and I think what Ryan's done, I said at the beginning of broadcast is so important to give these teams that opportunity.
Of course, that's Central's Ryan Ray and Manchester Central. They're fundraisers that are kind of working the door in the snack shack. The Booster Club is here from Manchester Central.
It's a lot of work to put this together. So
great job, as
everybody.
usual.
Football benefits.
And as we know, this is a tradition that goes back several decades. And we've been glad to be a part of it the last few years.
A former animal at the Maine Black Bears was a lineman that was absolutely a beast. And he knows football, and certainly put a lot of unseen time behind the scenes to get these things.
And
this
I believe
thing is running flawless right now.
this is also his 18th year as head coach.
I think 18th?
I think so.
Wow.
I'm not sure on that, but it's got to be close. Of course, he took over for Coach Schubert.
Yeah,
who won several state championships.
So many young players
over the years here.
When they were youth, he would work at the Schubert Clinic for Coach Schubert, and so many youth, including my two kids, so many others, gained tremendously by Ryan's spirit and his teaching techniques. They just loved the kids, and they wanted to come back year after year. And Coach Schubert, Ryan, and Coach Leclerc, and so many other people were so instrumental in developing so many football players out in the hot weather in July.
Oh, yeah. I remember the Schubert camp. That was active back in my junior high days.
Run like a top. Just run perfectly.
Here's Walton on a stretch. Not Walton, but Goss. Quarterback going to scramble his way out of bounds. And that looks like a loss of about 3, actually, as the Bedford defense picks up some yardage there. Casamassino, we've heard his name.
Oh, yeah.
Hollered over the loudspeaker. He picks up another tackle there, giving credit. So 3rd and 8 now for Salem. 3.5 to go in this second quarter.
Yep. Bedford looks, I've been kind of watching the monitor here. Now I can watch the field, but Bedford just clearly getting stronger, every single set throughout the game. Made some good adjustments that I saw here as well.
There's a counter. And again, that hole's going to snap shut.
They're starting to pinch that double wing offense a little bit.
Salkovitz has been busy. Tedisco has been busy. Gonzalez. Kalen Smith. There's been a number of different ball carriers. Of course, the 2 quarterbacks who have seen action tonight for Coach Abraham, Goss and Chartnitz. So a lot of different options, I guess, is what I'm getting at here out of this double wing for Salem.
Yep. It is.
They're going to have to punt here, though.
An offense that people confuse and think it's only running. If you can establish the run, the passing tree that you can get out of it in multiple.
Here's Matthews. Dangerous junior trying to break it to the outside. One man to beat, and he's gone.
Wow.
It's Matthews. Going to bring it to the house. A 3rd consecutive touchdown for the Bulldogs and the D1 state champs. Starting to look like it here in this second quarter.
That kind of breakout speed that we saw last game from Morrison and Isaac. Matthews has that breakout speed. And if he gets any opening, he's gone. There's very few defenders are going to be able to catch him in Division I.
And of course, we know what kind of an athlete he is.
Everything he does.
One of the best statewide lacrosse players in the springtime.
Yep.
And has obviously been a contributor no matter what the position, whether it's special teams, receiver, coming up out of the secondary to deliver the wood, whatever it's been.
Yep.
Bennett Matthews has been that for his father and this program.
A lot of players have, great physical talents that they can bring to the game, of which he does. No argument there. What I've noticed in him in lacrosse as well as football is his ability to anticipate what's going to happen. And not only does he have great speed to react, but he's also reacts quickly, and he's ahead of the curve. In other words, he's ahead of the play. You talk about Freddie Lynn. Didn't have breakout speed, but he got to jump on the ball like no other outfielder, like Paul Blair and some of those great guys. Matthews has that capability of anticipating and reading and reacting and processing so quickly. Then you throw on top of that the physical attributes, Nick. You've got a player. My understanding is his first love is lacrosse, I guess, from what I hear. I don't know if that's true or not, but, boy, he plays football like he loves it, too.
I think he'll have his pick.
I would agree with
when
that.
it's all said and done. Zach Petrie, meanwhile, converts the extra point attempt. He's 3 for 3. Bedford's new kicker. Looking good here.
Yep.
And we're now under the lights. As you can see, the sun is pretty much set throughout southern New Hampshire.
It's amazing, Nick, when you look at these new lights. They don't glare. but yet that field is lit up like a Christmas tree. But yet
that's another renovation, a
renovation, yeah,
semi-recent
new
renovation
technology
here.
that they've come out with lighting. When I was coaching back in the early to mid 2000s, it was a Hubble lighting, which kind of began to work. But these things are at a whole new level as far as the glare control that they have on them. And it
was a big kick by Petrie. Goes unanswered into the end zone for a touchback. 2:36 to go. Salem trying to piece together something here, now trailing by 2 scores at 21-7. Of course, the Blue Devils stormed out of the gate with a lengthy offensive drive. It was capped off by an 8-yard touchdown run by Kevin Tedisco. And that was our score after the first quarter, 7-0 Salem. But Bedford coming alive, 2 Brody Helton touchdown runs. And a moment ago, the punt return taken all the way to the house by Bennett Matthews. So 21-7, 21 unanswered.
Yep.
By Coach Matthews and the Bulldogs.
Bedford's offensive line, again, comes through looking like they got a solid group of starters there that have done a terrific job so far. I would say the same with Salem. Salem looks like they got a solid offensive line, too. But
both expected to be 2 of the better rushing attacks.
Yeah.
And contenders overall.
You got to believe they're going to be both in the mix for sure.
As we said earlier, a week from tonight, statewide, the regular season begins. Salem will take on Londonderry south of the border. That's a big conference clash in Division I right off the bat. So it's a heavy Friday night schedule in week 1 with all but 4 teams in D1 playing Friday night. There's 2 games scheduled for Saturday.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, that Wyndham game looks like a potentially could be an enjoyable game. That's at 1 o'clock on Saturday, right?
Yep. It's Timberlane at Wyndham. We may or may not be there on opening weekend. Of course, Thursday.
Got to be in the mix anyway.
Yeah. All right, meanwhile, not sure what just happened there. It's 1st and 8. But now a moving clock inside of 2 minutes. Here's a pitch. Looking for the edge, turning it upfield is Walton. Or was that Gonzalez?
Yeah, they're going to need a lot out of Gonzalez.
That was Gonzalez. Excuse me.
Tedisco. Again, you got to have 2. If you're going to run this offense, you need 2 backs that are going to demand resources defensively, and that's what forces the field to balance and makes this offense. If you've just got 1 star runner, and that's all you're going with, you can key in on it pretty easy, stack the box, contain the outside. But
there's Chartnitz on a 1st down.
Great decision.
Trying to escape the pocket, swimming upstream across the 40.
It's going to be close, right?
It's close.
Let's see where the marker goes.
Made something out of nothing and then some.
Really like quarterbacks at the high school level that if it's there, take it. When you're getting paid $500 million over 8 years or something like that, it's a little different. But when you've got a high school quarterback that's got running capability, that inside, nice play. That's Gonzalez there, right?
Quick hitter. It's Gonzalez indeed.
Yep.
He's across the 45 to the 46-yard line.
He looks like he's put on some strength. He's been in the weight room as well, running a little heavier, still fast, but running with more power.
Double handoff to Tedisco. Trying to skirt it to the outside. He's got a 1st down and then some. Down the sideline, inside the 30. Juke at the 25, spun out of bounds inside the 20.
Boy, he looks good, doesn't he?
At the 18-yard line.
He looks good.
Well, many considered him amongst the state's best at the position last year as a junior.
Yes.
And certainly one of the short list
and then you got Tedisco as well.
Running backs. Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, that's what you're looking for when you got a running attack. Quite clear. Coach O'Reilly has it. He's got it. He established that today. There's no question.
There's another look at Tedisco's long run.
Yep.
Tackled in the end by Bedford's Bryce Durso. Meanwhile, back to the ground. Salem's going to have to hurry. Tackled inbounds. Now they do stop the clock with 18 seconds.
I think Bedford's got quite a few subs in as well right now.
Kind of a no-hurry situation.
Yeah.
Chartnitz, quick handoff to the fullback.
Nice tackle.
Tackled in the hole inside the 5-yard line.
Number
Is Salem
12.
going to run out of 12 time? We'll see. Down to 7 seconds, down to 6.
They'll get one more
Blue
off.
Devils are scrambling, and now we're going to call a timeout.
Yep.
So Coach Abraham had one in his back pocket. He's going to use it here with less than 5 seconds remaining. To hope, with the hopes of getting his team into the end zone, perhaps on the final play of the game.
I texted Roger Brown to see if we could get up here. I don't know if he's making his way up to see us, but let me see if he answered me. Be great to have his take when we come back.
And there's that big red hat.
That big red hat.
Easy to identify. He's on his way.
On my way, he said.
Yep.
He just texted me back. So.
Great. So we'll get the final play here between Bedford-Salem. We'll get Roger Brown, the founder of the New Hampshire Football Report, immediately after the break. Sounds good. All right, one last chance here for Salem to get into the end zone. The Bedford defense hoping it's a 2-score game in the end. We'll see. Man in motion pitch. Gonzalez looking for a block. Jump cut. Lands inside the 5-yard line, inside the end zone for a touchdown. So Salem will score on the final play of the game. It's a 4-yard touchdown run for Felix Gonzalez, as the senior shows some good patience there.
Yeah, and it also gives a situation where, able to get another special teams play in. It's so important to get those live takes in.
You're right. They will kick the extra point,
which is good,
with no time left on the clock. So Salem scores first, and they score last. Bedford with 21 unanswered in the middle. And
I would say if you're Steve Abraham, you got to be pretty pleased about your 2 running backs, the way they ran the ball. Bedford clearly is looking solid pretty much all around. Great. The line, Bedford line looks terrific, looks solid right now. So obviously, you get these programs that just reload every single year. There's just a lot of assets there that are trained and ready to go.
Right.
And that the distance that you got to bring them when they're ready is a little bit less than some programs that are trying to take sophomores that got no time because it was all taken up by seniors or whatever. But
there's a 25-yard extra point up and good. Right down the middle. So Salem going to end on a high note.
Yeah.
As they cap off the touchdown drive with a 4-yard scamper from Felix Gonzalez. But Bedford, okay with it.
Solid.
As they're going to win this one 21-13, our final score. So we will take a break, get set for Manchester West versus Manchester Central. We'll also be joined on the air by Roger Brown of the New Hampshire Football Report and, of course, of the New Hampshire Union Leader. All that on the way. You are watching the 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, broadcasting in conjunction or presented by Beals Insurance. All right, back here in Manchester. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you at the 2024 Football Jamboree. Joined by Roger Brown, founder of the New Hampshire Football Report. You've read his stuff in the New Hampshire Union Leader as well, old friend of the program at this point. Roger, your initial takes, I guess, at this point, as we're now 2/3 of the way through with 4 games in the bag.
Well, I guess my initial take is, I came into the season hoping we'd have a little bit more parity in Division I than existed last year, where we had Bedford, and then it dropped to even Londonderry and then everybody else. And between the scrimmages I've seen and what I've seen tonight, at least out of the D1 teams, it appears like there's going to be a larger group at the top, fighting for that title or whatnot, or at least good teams where you might go to a game and, the underdog, so to speak, has a better chance at upsetting a Bedford or a Londonderry or a Pinkerton maybe. So that's basically from what I saw. Salem, I didn't know how good Pinkerton was going to be. I expected they'd be good, but they're obviously, as advertised as they always are.
Yep.
Believe it or not, the other thing that has struck me is how well Memorial ran its triple option offense compared to last year. It's their second year in that offense, and I just thought it was night and day. Now, I don't know what that means, moving forward, but they looked a heck of a lot better in terms of, when you run that offense, it can look awkward if you haven't practiced it enough, and they didn't look awkward at all. They looked really good, I thought.
Part of a 32-0 win over Pembroke. Jason Schoof with 3 touchdowns in that game,
impressive.
The junior receiver for Manchester Memorial. Here, Roger, we have a rivalry renewed from the Turkey Bowl days of Bedford, or before Bedford left Manchester West. We have the Blue Knights with one of their bigger rosters in years, according to the athletic department, taking on crosstown rival Manchester Central. Your thoughts, I guess, first on West in D2 and then Central, their prospects in D1.
Well, it was a couple of years ago. I think we were worried about both of these programs, or at least the people in Manchester were, and they were talking of combining them, or at least that was the scuttlebutt. I don't know if that was close to becoming a reality or not, but Andrew Provencher's done a terrific job at West, built the program from the ground up. I expect them to take a step forward this year. Same thing with Central. I guess I heard their freshman team is excellent, so they got stuff coming through the pipeline. I don't know what they're going to be in terms of wins and losses, but I think they're going to be more competitive this year for sure. They've added a couple of good coaches, too. They got Nick Hammond, the former Goffstown head coach, and Joe Batista, the lineman coach from line coach from Goffstown, has come over as well. So, I think things are moving in the right direction for both of these programs.
Yeah, Roger, before I ask the questions, I just want to make sure you're in your second year of the New Hampshire Football Report podcast. For those who are interested in inside information on football, if you could just kind of quickly describe what you're doing, what it's about. Ben, Matt, and I have listened to them both times. Have been excellent. I grab information that I use here on air, if you don't mind. Don't send me a bill. But tell us about that, and where do they go to listen to it? And when does it happen? When's it on?
It happens whenever I can find some quiet time in my house, to be honest.
Attaboy.
It's the New Hampshire Football Report, obviously, is what I do. You can get all your football information there. Just decided to do a podcast last year, and I'm a novice. I don't have the big studio and all that, but I just said I'm just going to get stuff out. If the sound quality isn't quite what it should be, I apologize. But so we're trying to do one every week, Wednesday or Thursday. I put it on the website, so you don't got to go searching for it on Spotify or what have you if you don't want to. And if things are going good as I plan, we'll do a high school one and then a college one each week. The college one will probably be Wednesdays, and like I said, high school will be Wednesday or Thursday.
Yep. And what would you want them to just New Hampshire Football Report podcast, and that you should come up right away? What do you want them to folks to want to tune in?
I just think if you go to New Hampshire Football Report, if you visit the website,
okay,
it'll be on there. It's the 603 Sports Podcast. I don't, like I said, I'm new at this. I don't even know how you navigate to it otherwise, but it'll be on the website. That's probably
it's
the
just good
easiest way.
content. It's your stuff.
And again, that's nhfootballreport.com.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, quick question. Numbers. Winnicott obviously got a large group, a cohort of kids. Pinkerton's solid. All the regular teams. Londonderry's solid. But then you look at West and look at the numbers like you guys were just talking about. Look at the numbers there. Numbers on Memorial look strong. I've heard other programs as well. I don't have that affirmed. What's going on right now with looks to me like the second year in a row that the numbers still keep on coming back, Roger? You got your head to the ground on this one. What's going on? BG, look at the numbers of BG.
Yeah, the numbers are definitely rising at a lot of places. Rob Sturgis, the Memorial coach, I believe he told me he's got 90 in the program as well.
Wow.
Winnicott, as you mentioned, is at or above 90, and
89 I counted on the roster.
Okay,
yeah.
Ryan Frank, the head coach, told me they're usually in the mid-60s.
Right.
So that's a huge, step up in terms of kids in the program. I wish I had an explanation. I'm happy.
Me too.
I'm happy it's prospering. Maybe we're just coming out of that COVID cycle where a lot of kids didn't play, but it seems to be a bounce back. I went on a radio interview last week, and the host mentioned that he thought that the concussion news isn't out there or isn't as prevalent as it once was, and parents are not they don't fear it as much, and they're allowing their kids to play.
Yep.
I don't know if there's any merit to that, but something is happening that's drawing more kids to the sport. No question here in New Hampshire.
One of the things that that I'm looking at this Jamboree is the emphasis on the running game. Now, I don't know if that's just because it's preseason or not. Maybe that's where we're starting, but there does seem to be more. Most of these programs we're looking at here tonight have had a strong running attack. What do you attribute that to? Is it just the flow back and forth? Is it just these coaches go to coaching clinics and things of that nature, or is it just the personnel related? What is it that's driving the run games with more and more programs?
Well, I talked to the BG coach, Anthony Nail, and they ran some double wing tonight, and he just said it's a personnel thing for him.
Okay.
They did have a spread package in, but they're young, and he said, at the skill positions anyways, and he said he thinks the strength of the team is up front, and he thought that was the best offense to give his team success on that side of the ball.
Right.
Some of these other teams are just historically, running programs like Salem, Pinkerton with their wing T and whatnot. But, that's at least the explanation from Bishop Girton. And then, we mentioned Memorial with the triple option. That's something they decided to do last season. And really it's something that a lot of programs that are struggling might want to consider, whether it's a wishbone or a double wing or a wing T or, something that they don't need, a really flashy quarterback with a great arm, or, you can grind it out, so to speak, without exceptional talent at the skill positions.
Right.
So, it's if you're a struggling program, like Bill Ball will tell you, go to the T, go to the wishbone, shorten the game. And
execute to a high level.
Exactly. What you do it well, and maybe there's something to that as well that's happening. But
well, speaking of numbers, last point here, you have done now for years and it's growing. Talk to us about. Unfortunately, we had prior commitments; we could not do it this year, but very much wanted to cover your camp. From what I understand, numbers are up in that as well, and you've had some pretty good placements with players. Talk to us about how that went in July, correct? It was in
July, yeah.
Just kind of fill us in on how it went this year, what it is, and for players that are listening and parents that are listening, if you're looking for to showcase your child or football talent, this is a great opportunity to do so with colleges right there.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to publicize this, Steve, because it is a good event for the kids in the state.
Fantastic.
It's the New Hampshire Football Showcase. This year, we've already set the date. It's June 21st at St. Anselm College. And it's a good teaching camp. You can go there and get better regardless of position, but it's really for kids who want to play in college, and it's like an NFL combine might be the best way to explain it. We have about 30 college coaches come.
30?
Roughly.
Wow.
I think we had 31 this year, and it's, I'm not selling a bill of goods. There's no Ohio States or Michigans.
Right.
It's mostly Division II and Division III colleges with a handful of FCS schools like UNH.
Yep.
And it's a good chance for you to just talk face to face with coaches if you're interested in playing. Can I play at your level, coach? Do you have my major, financial aid, whatever? These things are very popular across the country, even in Massachusetts. They have them by conference. They're so popular. We do it statewide, and it's just a great opportunity for kids to come, give themselves an opportunity to play football at the next level. We have some good coaches. I try and involve as many of the high school coaches in the state as I can.
Yep.
So we'll be advertising that. That'll be on the football report as well.
Okay.
And, we start signing up soon. I limit it to 100 kids because I want everybody to get a good look from the coaches. It's relatively inexpensive, and, if you got questions, just contact me.
Ukeka, can you just fill us in real quick on that?
Sure.
I know you're heavily involved in that. What's going to transpire this year as it relates to that?
Yeah, we're
Player
in the
of the
second
year.
Yeah, second year of the Ukeka Player of the Year, which is basically the MVP of NHIA football. And we released the preseason watch list went out yesterday, I believe it was. There's 20 players. And that's just a way to publicize the award, make people aware of it. The winner doesn't have to come from that list. Somebody might emerge this year, but we at least want to give some kids some publicity to who to look for. And we'll have voting on that when the right before the playoffs begin, and the winner's usually announced on Thanksgiving.
Thanks for all you do, Roger. I'll hand it back to Nick. But just terrific work that you provide for the insight on the New Hampshire Football Report that you read. The stuff that you put in there is just cutting edge, well worth the read. If you're into New Hampshire football, go to it.
NHFootballReport.com. Of course, that podcast is weekly beginning next week, I believe, right? Or
well, whenever
we've got the archives up now.
We've done two, Nick, and if God willing, we'll keep going. Like I said, trying to find some quiet time in my house is the biggest challenge. But yeah, I'll make it a priority to get one out every Wednesday or Thursday. High school related podcast.
Love it. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thanks
as
for having
usual.
me, guys. Take care.
That's the great Roger Brown, the founder of the New Hampshire Football Report, NHFootballReport.com. And, of course, you can read his stuff at the New Hampshire Union Leader as well. Meanwhile, big fourth down here as we set our sights towards the end zone. Central, following a takeaway defensively, set themselves up in a good spot in the red zone. But on 4th down and 6, it appears like, Steve, there's a player down.
Yeah.
And that Central may have come up a little bit short.
I didn't get a chance to see the play. Looks like they were.
That's the Central ball carrier.
Well, one of the things that we do is obviously we like to show you folks the game. But one of the things we like to do in this 4-hour broadcast, essentially, plus, is to be able to just bring in people that just around without them, New Hampshire football just wouldn't be the same. And talking to Coach Nail and Nick earlier was just really terrific. And listening to him and what he's been able to do there in a year, and so many other head coaches. We are blessed in this state. Everybody knows it. With a group of football coaches that really develop their players and build good men to go on in life, and building memories and a sense of community that so many of these kids I see in so many players that 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago are here tonight that just want to continue to be a part of it. So, again, another added benefit of what Ryan does here to give us a chance to be able to come in and kind of showcase some people that behind the scenes are doing a tremendous amount of work and given to the sport and given to the game.
Well, it's a good sight here as the injured player is on his feet. By the way, catch made inbounds.
Looks like a right leg issue.
And I think that was the right leg that he got down in the end zone for the touchdown.
Yep.
Defender landed on top, and as you can see, he's likely not going to return tonight.
Hopefully he'll be okay at something short term.
So Central awaiting the extra point try. Just past the midway point of this first quarter, it's 6-0 Little Green. As we get another look at that 6-yard touchdown.
Yeah, they're going to take a look at that knee. It looks like, I think it's a knee.
Kick is up.
It's up good.
And good. Right down the middle. 7-0 Central on their home field.
Sounds
over
like
their long-time rival.
Like Roger is, as far as the increase in numbers, it looks like it just could be an array of a whole bunch of different things that he said, but
well, either way,
it's all good.
Right, the bottom line is that the numbers seemingly are up statewide across all three divisions.
Absolutely. Really interested to see, looks like West is kind of, look at the numbers that they have, look at some of the size of the kids they have. Coach Provencher is obviously done some serious recruiting, within the school there to try to get the West. This is just terrific to see. And from what I've seen so far, looking forward to
well, they were able to move the ball a little bit on the opening drive.
Absolutely.
But a fumble ended the drive and set up Central with a short field.
Yep.
Here's the kick. It's a short kick coming up to field it at about the 20.
He's got a lane.
Near side. Another jump cut. Looking for the 40, and he's met there.
Yep.
It's Logan Paradise. With a pretty good return all in all.
Yeah.
To set up the second offensive drive here for the Blue Knights.
What's the thing, Nick? I know I'm the color guy. I'm not supposed to ask questions, but I'm going to ask this one, all right? Excuse me. What's the thing that's what particular team that we've seen so far has stuck out to you that not necessarily saying they're the strongest team, but what team really showed improvement over last year from what you've seen so far? What stuck out to you tonight?
Well, the thing that I think stands out is the explosive ability of Pinkerton.
Yeah, that's mine too.
When we take a look at the big plays from that two-quarter contest against BG, you see an 81-yard kick return for a touchdown and an 80-yard explosive run by Matt Morrison. They got it going through the air as well with a 31-yard touchdown pass. So I'd say that, as Roger said, Pinkerton is as advertised.
Absolutely.
But perhaps maybe a little bit more explosive than even a year ago.
I don't know where Isaac came from. I mean, as far as
he was on.
Oh no, I know, but I'm saying something is really elevated in him. And then you've got Morrison, who's turned from a fast, excellent athlete into a football-built player that's got more power in his running. That's going to take more than one person to bring him down with that kind of speed and that kind of agility. Wow. One of the things that when you look defensively.
Yes.
Speaking of nice runs,
making something out of nothing here on a short field. Coming near side and close to the first down. But like an 8-yard pickup to set up a 2nd and 2 for West.
How do you balance the field defensively against those two guys? Then if you get the fullback, Quintilani, going at it, when you look at that, if that offensive line continues to gel and improve and execute continually at a higher level, at least offensively, and I saw good things in the defensive secondary of Pinkerton as well. I thought they looked very solid tonight. Mm-hmm. And I thought you saw a BG team that program is stepping up at another level as well.
Yep.
That game really stands out to me. It's kind of unfair to Bedford because they just keep reloading and keep coming back. And they're clearly going to be right there in the mix again. They're solid. Salem still looks solid. Look like they got a little work to do in a few areas. But Steve Abraham's group is going to coach up those guys. So I guess I agree with – whoa!
Down the field, yeah. Doria trying to hook up.
He had trouble
with the senior Terrence Boville. Pretty good coverage there as the defensive back knocks it away. So now a 3rd down and 1 coming up here with 4 minutes to go in this first quarter.
But one of the things that Roger said was that it looks like there's, from what he originally expected, just seeing tonight, there's more teams that he sees potentially in the mix. We could be looking at what we saw 2 years ago where we saw 8 teams that nobody really knew who was going to win it. And remember, that's the one that Bedford was kind of struggling a little bit, still winning record, but struggled against, and they lost against Merrimack, if you remember that game 2 years ago. And then they came roaring back and never lost a game after that.
Yep.
Right to the championship. But, yeah, it looks to me like there's some solid programs here that are going to do.
There's Paradise between the tackles.
Yep.
It was third and a long one. It'll be interesting to see if they give him the benefit of the doubt. They do. It's a first down.
The temperature now feels like fall already here, and it's unofficially not even September yet. So
there's been a steady breeze today as well that has continued here into the evening.
Yep.
And again, full night skies here across southern New Hampshire. We're under the lights at Gill Stadium. We're glad you could join us.
Yeah.
Nick Anastas, Steve Beals. You missed any part of the broadcast tonight, feel free to watch it later on. It'll be archived on our YouTube channel, FNL NH Media. Good stuff from several coaches. Coach Trisciani, his Pythons will be active later when Pelham takes on Goffstown. Spoke with Coach Nalen of Bishop Girton, and a moment ago, Roger Brown of the New Hampshire Football Report. Another good run. Comes near side. This time, it's Manchester Wentz Keyshawn Foster, another member of this senior class that's going to move the sticks. So Foster on a fourth down keeps the drive alive for West.
And don't forget to stay tuned for FNL Gridiron, right? Coming up Thursday.
Yep. We'll get that going and just more in-depth analysis. We hope Roger can find time for us now that he's got his new podcast.
He'll find time.
We'd love to have Roger obviously back on, and we'll preview the Week 1 matchups. Of course, Week 1 statewide regular season kicks off a week from tonight, September the 6th.
Comes up quick. All of a sudden, I think you were talking about this. You kind of go through the summer. Before you know it, boom, it's here.
Yep.
It's just like August just ran by like, oh, nice run.
Flashing the speed. Yeah. Rayvon Nelson.
West moving the football, Nick, quite well.
Yeah.
Their runs look compact. They look well executed. And they've been consistently moving the football very methodically. Again, time killer type drives. Playing a Division I program here in Division II, they look like they're going to have the numbers as well as the goods to potentially do some damage in Division II.
Well, I know the program's excited about it.
Oh, you got to be.
And again, perhaps the most players partaking in the program since Bedford formed its own high school.
I don't ever remember the numbers on West like this. So,
of course, Bedford broke away back in 2007-8.
Well, it was a transition.
07/8. Yeah.
Transition. 2000.
Another deep ball overthrown.
Yes. And of course, Bedford, if you remember, their first varsity program a few years they were in Division III.
Right.
Then they went to Division II. Never were able to win a championship there.
But came close in D3 and 2. They lost in the finals.
Yeah, they lost to Winnicott in D2.
And they lost to Portsmouth in 2012 in the D3 final, I believe.
I don't think that was a final, though. I think that was a playoff game.
Okay.
Let me go back and check that. You may be right, Nick. But either way, and then Division I came. They go into Division I, and they get it done. And
they won 2 in 3 years, 2016, 2018, and, of course,
now,
the back-to-back titles in 22 and 23.
That's a lot of good work there.
Meanwhile, on 2nd and 10, this run is bottled up.
I thought the world of former coach there before Matthews. Derek Stank. I thought the world of him, and then Coach Matthews comes in and just picks right up where he left off. These two have done a terrific job, And boy, we're bringing in the heavy hitters.
Good to see you.
Hi, brother. How are you? Good to see you, man.
Impromptu interview.
Jumping right in?
As we jump right in, we're going to throw you in the fire. You're a veteran at this point.
What's up, boys?
Coach Robin Boquette in high spirits after the way your team performed to kick off this Jamboree earlier this afternoon.
Yeah. Fire up. Shout out to my assistant coaches. Shout out to my assistant coaches, JT and Brando, that are probably watching and listening right now. So hopefully I don't sound too much like a douchebag. But, fire up. Our guys played great today. We had a couple turnovers and a couple mistakes, but we had some guys that were out. But really excited about what we saw today. We came out with the victory. Everyone stayed healthy, and we got a lot of kids in, so that's great.
What can you ask for there? Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, I'd imagine the result as well is kind of a sense of validation for the players, right? A long, grueling summer process. August is hot. It's good to get out and hit somebody else, so to speak, and then to come away with a win. I know it doesn't count, but but still, I'd imagine the spirits in the locker room were high after the victory.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously life after guys like JJ and Romy are a little bit different. When you lose two dynamic guys like that, they're like 1 in 10 year players.
Yeah.
That it's going to be fun moving forward, and it has been. Our guys competed their tails off today, and we really like how our team's coming together. Our signal caller, Michael Fiengo, is doing an awesome job. Probably the best running quarterback we've had since we've been here, since 2017. Mm-hmm. And then just other guys that are really great with the ball in their hands. Rylan Radalina scored today. Braden Hickman coming back from injury. Grant Harris, Brody Smith, a couple guys that we feel really good with the ball in their hands. And then guys up front that are just warriors. Louis Toledo, Sean Reardon, just to name a few. But our team's coming together, and we feel really good. But, yes, it is. That's a great thing about this Jamboree is that you play a half of football and work out the kinks and go through it,
Right. Go from a dynamic passing quarterback, now you got a strong running quarterback. What's changed in the offensive scheme? Whoa!
Touchdown, West.
Call it.
Beautiful throw on the run
West.
by Gio Doria, and then a well-timed athletic grab in the corner of the end zone by Miles Whiter. Puts West on the board.
Looking good tonight.
Yeah, that was awesome. Fired up for Coach over there and West, and they returned a lot of guys from last year's team. Yeah. They have great numbers.
Yeah, they do.
Our numbers are really good as well. We got 69 in the program, but
it's everywhere.
Just an awesome job of what they're doing there at West.
It is, and he putting in the time. I saw him at Batteries Plus. We got a little time to talk right there, and no wonder guys are coming out for football with that attitude. He's got a great attitude, and of course, being a kind of a West guy, just how you feel about your community, he feels about his, and that's just what we want in football. That sense of coaches coming back to their communities and making good things happen. Let's talk there.
No doubt.
First question. What's going on in the offense now? You've got a solid power running quarterback. How are you changing the scheme a little bit? Or?
Yeah. In terms of change of scheme, the scheme's kind of always been there for us. Yep. It's just we're always going to tweak our offense to what our best players can do, especially at the quarterback position, where maybe we built in more QB run with Romy eventually. But that's the kind of world that Michael's going to live in.
Right.
He's super dangerous with his feet, and he throws the ball well enough. He's accurate. He gets the ball out on time. But, no, I think that's the beauty with our offense. It will always be a gun, pistol team. But, all right, we can change personnel.
You can morph it if you want.
We can, no doubt. So it's been really exciting to do that. We're just scratching the surface.
Yeah. Let's talk about the situation with Division II. New changes. You've got Pelham. You have Pelham. Now you have Trinity. Division II is building. With Milford, and you've got Division II is going to be a lot more fun to watch this year because it's not just Sauhegan and Pelham, which wasn't even Pelham before. How do you feel about that? You must be excited about. Some of these great competitive games.
That's what it's all about. Sure, it's nice to win the games and to get running clock, whatever, but at the end of the day, the ones that are the most fun are the competitive ones that go down the wire, and that's what makes it great. So the addition of getting Trinity up there is fantastic. They very well could be a Division II playoff team.
Yep.
They certainly would have been right there last year.
Yep.
But, then having teams like Pelham, who's obviously got the win streak, and they're still going to be great with Coach Trish, who I know was on earlier tonight. Obviously, Plymouth, returns 9 guys from last year's state runner-up team. Yep. And they're obviously well coached with Coach Sanborn. They do a great job. But, our week 1 is St. Thomas. And they are a very well-coached football team.
Absolutely.
They are so disciplined. Their fundamentals are outstanding, and they have good athletes.
Division II's on the map big time now.
It's really good.
It's going to be good football.
Really good. And sneaky, a really tough division top to bottom is Division III, if you look at it, with the addition of Somersworth and Newport. That top to bottom, that division looks awesome.
I like what they've done. It's just the right teams are going in the right divisions, and 2 and 3 are going to really improve. I wonder someday if Campbell could compete in Division II. On a good year, I bet you they probably could hang in there, but not yet. But all the rest of the teams. Anything going on over in Sauhegan as far as fields? You guys are always adding things over there. It's always a great environment to play. I mean, what's going on over there?
You know,
It's one of the kindest places we go to cover a game. People, she is so nice to us. Everybody's just great.
Kelly, our AD,
Tremendous.
Kelly Braley does an awesome job. She's
Tremendous.
a stud. Last year, we had the addition of our indoor hitting facility for our baseball program, which is fantastic.
Yep.
And then we just put in a brand new scoreboard on the turf that went in about 2 weeks ago.
That's what I
think.
heard. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I knew you were.
That
Beals.
is true. Huh?
I knew you were. Yeah, no, that's true. It looks fantastic. It was well needed.
Yeah.
Again, I think we got the best facilities in Division II. Field spaces are awesome.
Yep.
We're so thankful to live in the community that we do, and our players really appreciate it, and it's a great place to play.
Yep.
All right,
Wow.
Coach, thanks for coming on. Appreciate
Let's
it
go.
as usual.
Appreciate you
Great
guys.
seeing you.
We'll
Appreciate
talk
you.
again,
Good
I'm
seeing you,
sure,
boys.
at
Seeing
some
you at the
point
Chad
this
game,
season.
too.
Let's go. Absolutely, that was awesome.
the
And good
word-
luck
awesome.
next week
Yeah.
against St. Thomas.
Thanks
as
so
well.
much.
Appreciate
Appreciate
that.
We're going to watch Division II big time.
You better. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we
hold you
are.
to that, Beals.
We are. He holds me to everything, I'm telling you.
That's Robin Boquette, excuse me, of Sauhegan, head coach, and obviously pleased with his team's victory earlier today against Trinity.
Very, very magnetic personality. I never would say that in front of him, but magnetic personality and just a terrific guy. Puts tremendous time into things beyond just his own team, working hard at the Chad game, coming back, giving back as far as that's concerned. But, when you talk to him, you can imagine the hype level that the Sauhegan players feel every day with a leader and a head coach like that. Does a terrific job, knows his football, and just like what we're seeing out here with West, Nick, with Coach Provencher coming in. Again, it's a community guy coming back to their communities, just like Coach Boquette did coming back home. And this is a really exciting time for New Hampshire football. Not just selling that idea; it's real. The numbers speak for themselves. And I've been watching West, and what I see out in that field is as good as I've seen at West in a long time. How about you?
Well, they've had two lengthy drives.
Yes.
In that first quarter.
Time-sucking drives.
The first did not end the way the Blue Knights hoped.
No,
it was a turnover.
they're
but
moving
the second,
football,
Second drive did find pay dirt. They went for two. We were speaking with Coach Boquette, and came about a half yard shy of that 2-point conversion. So Central begins the second quarter still in the lead, 7-6.
Yep.
But to answer your question, yes, we have seen
I like it.
Several upperclassmen for the first time in a while really contributing on both sides of the ball. And that's been really the trick for some of these schools is, yes, you can get a lot of freshmen in. Future is promising. Future's bright. But really the key is to have them stick around the 3-4 years so that they can be seniors.
Absolutely.
And contributing at the end of the day.
Seniors, leaders, as well as, when you get into those tough physical games, it's important to have rugged seniors on your team that are delivering back that physicality so the underclassmen feel like, hey, that's the standard that's set. We got to live up to it as well. And then they grow into better football. So with these kind of numbers and this sort of development going on, looks to me like West is in pretty darn good hands. Holding their own here with a Division I program. So this next game's going to be fun.
Well, still a full quarter here.
Yes.
To decide this one. As Central sticks to the ground. Both offenses have mixed the pass and the run, not afraid to throw near the goal line as both our scores were through the air.
Well, you might as well get it out here where it's not really part of your official schedule. Get out in a live situation and work through these plays and see how it goes. But, Coach Boquette brought up an interesting point about Division III. Division III's gotten better as well. I would say the right teams are in the right divisions now.
You mentioned Newport coming up.
Newport, exactly.
That was overdue.
Yep. And not Somerville. Somersworth. Campbell. And, of course, Division II has other programs in it as well that are going to be players. I understand that Paul Levine, a friend of our program, has been a guest numerous times. He's taken on defensive coordinator job up at Guilford. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. So just can't keep him out of the game.
No.
Which is good for the game of football.
81 years young.
81 years young and coming back and a terrific coach and terrific guy and, took some time off, but at the end of the day, that guy just, until his last breath, I think he's going to want to coach football. And given so much for so long, lives up in the Lakes region, so Guilford's a pretty short ride.
On 3rd and 6, pretty good blitz off the edge there, well timed. Rayvon Nelson gets home. The result is a loss of 1, so 3rd and 5 turns into 4th and 6.
Yeah.
With now 2 minutes gone by in this second quarter, Central with a decision to make at the West 35-yard line.
Yep.
This one was kind of a big turning point here. Again, just a 2-quarter affair. West hoping to keep themselves in it. Central would love to pick up the first down somehow and expand the lead.
Not sure if Coach Ray just had him come to the sideline, called in a play. Kind of interesting. We may see something a little unique here.
There's a blitz up the middle. It's picked up. Throw is in time. Caught and a first down. No, the ball's out. And they're going to rule it incomplete. No, it's a live football. West picks it up. And a tackle made inside the Central 40-yard line along that far sideline. Well, the catch was made. The ball came out. We get another look.
Yeah, let's see if we get another look at this.
That's the senior linebacker, Nono Amoy. And Amoy with a pretty good return there.
I'll say.
Sets up West in enemy territory, 1st and 10.
Well, hopefully we have this in another angle. We can see the time. Yeah, we'll see it here. Here we go.
Well, a well-thrown ball. The catch made.
Yeah, he pulled it in. He clearly pulled it in.
Made a football move, and that ball is out. It's a live football. Omoy picks it up.
This team
the senior rumbles down the sideline for a good return. So it's 1st and 10 at the Central 40-yard line.
West playing with passion, Nick. They're playing with a lot of motivation, a lot of passion out there. And boy, I'll tell you, on the other side of the coin, on the other side of the field, that was one heck of a throw out to the far end like that. This young man's got a good arm. Wasn't able. That's just a terrific hit, but just wasn't able to hold on.
You can see the
I think they made the right call there.
Blue Knight sideline, they love it.
Yeah.
So can they capitalize? The offense has been able to move the ball with the junior quarterback Gio Doria at the helm.
Yep.
Doria takes a chest high snap, throws a slant over the middle. The catch is made. Stiff arm at the 10. They're going to wrap him down at about the 8-yard line. Beautiful, quick hitter.
Wouldn't you say this is
the Paradise, the receiver who signals first down?
This game's opening up, Nick. They're just everybody's slinging now, and
both teams have gone to the air.
Yep.
So they mark down Paradise inside the 10-yard line at the 9. So 1st and goal from the 9-yard line, with now 3 minutes gone by in this second quarter. West is going to bring a new man into the huddle here, a personnel change.
Yep.
The big senior is Terrence Bovell. He's lined up wide to the near side left. They stick with the ground game. Right side run.
Still driving his legs.
A flag is thrown late by the back judge. Paradise the ball carry. Actually lost a yard, but let's see what the penalty's about. Just the second penalty either way. The officials have really done their best to keep the games moving. We are a little behind schedule, but can't blame the referees. They've kept the penalties to a minimum here throughout the afternoon and evening. The official's still talking.
Oh, that's great camera work right there. Look at those legs driving, Nick, just grabbing that extra yardage. That comes from motivation and the will just not to give up. That's just a good, hard, solid run there.
Got a face mask.
Yeah, I saw that. I was wondering if they were going to call that. Oh, yeah, he grabbed him underneath. That's Steve Hall, I believe, right on it. Nice pass and touchdown.
Yep.
Wow.
In the corner with plenty of room.
Yeah.
That's Bovell. Well timed. Doria's second touchdown toss. West takes their first lead. With nearly 4 minutes gone by in this Second quarter, it's now 12-7 Blue Knights.
The pace is quick, but everything's crisp, Nick. These guys have gone through a lot of reps on this offensive unit, and they're looking very solid right now. Quarterback seems to be in complete control of everything that he's doing. You're going to see it again here. Nice pass, out pattern. Hit him right in the numbers. Good work.
So the turnover sets up a short field.
How you feeling?
And 3 plays later.
Your alma mater. How you feeling here? You feel like I want to get out there, get the strap up, and get out there and help the boys, or what?
I don't think they need my help.
No.
At this point. They're going to go for 2.
Oh, nice stick
Central
right there.
stifled the 2-point try earlier, and they're going to hold West short here as well on a draw up the middle.
I'm having a hard time seeing the numbers. We'll see it here.
But Paradise has been
that's a great stick right there.
The go-to, and yeah, you get the.
That's good tackling form there by number 54, I believe, right?
Well,
I don't
Central
have their
has now got to deal with playing from behind for the first time tonight.
Right.
Still plenty of time, 8 minutes, but
good test though.
See Coach Ray in the background there.
Yep.
He's
good test for Coach Ray. That he's not he'll take advantage of anything that seems adversarial as far as adversity is concerned to overcome. It's a good thing for these guys to be able to see where they can go with it. But
each team has turned it over once.
Yep.
And I believe just 1 penalty each way. Central actually, just picked up their second on that face mask inside the 10-yard line. But all in all, I'd imagine both coaches so far are pleased on that front.
I would agree.
All right, so West getting set to kick off. The junior Rowan St. Jean is going to tee it up. Reminder, the final matchup of the night comes your way next. That's Goffstown and Pelham.
Watch the gut here. Oh, that's a shoestring tackle. I think he may have been gone, Nick, if that doesn't go through. One of the problems with those short center kicks is if a guy could come up and catch it on the run and cut a seam right there, he almost did it. Heck of a shoestring tackle there to probably save a touchdown.
Yeah, that's the junior, Jaden Narty, or Narte.
I can see West numbers, but it's hard to see from this distance.
Yeah, the Central.
To pick out the Central numbers. I see him clearly on the sidelines here, but
I mean, as a fan, I kind of like the green on black, but as a broadcaster, it's
I agree with you.
Not my favorite combination.
I would agree.
Another spread snap.
He's got him. He got
a late hit here.
Oh.
Incomplete, but again, the quarterback.
They called it.
They took a shot right in front of the referee who immediately threw the flag.
Yep. We're going to see it right here. You're going to see in the replay. He's in a little bit early. If he's turned around, he probably doesn't call that. And I would say.
No, it's a late hit on the quarterback.
Pass interference. Down here. There's the flag right there.
Well, there's 2 flags. There's one in the background.
Okay.
Backfield.
Well, I think they're going to.
You're right.
They'll take the interference. I think.
Well, it's going to be 15 either way.
That's true. Yeah, in high school, right. Now watch. Is he in there early? Yes. That's just an early shield. He's got to look back, Nick. He can get in there and turn, but he's got to turn.
And that's a point of emphasis from a few years ago. The
100%.
Defender has to make an effort to turn the head.
Yeah, that's just shielding and then running into the receiver. I thought he was a little early there too. We're going to see it one more time here.
Here's the late hit.
Good throw, by the way. Yeah, that was. Watch him. Just great camera work. That's done by Kat right there. Yeah.
It's Kat Doyle up here in the crowd with us. Of course, manning the end zones, John Barron and Matt Beals doing a great job.
Great job tonight.
And, of course, the whole thing orchestrated by our director, Ben Beals.
Nick, to your point, they did take, Steve called the roughing of the passer. They took that penalty of 15 yards. Like you say, either way.
It's really the first big penalty either way.
On the whole game, right.
Just over 4 minutes gone by, second quarter. Central in West territory at the 44-yard line, 1st and 10.
43-yard line.
Again, West, they've been aggressive defensively. They bring a couple defenders to the line. They rush 5 in the end. Throw, catch. And inbounds along the near sideline. Marked him down at the 21.
Coach Ray has a quarterback that can sling it, Nick. He's got good velocity. That ball was well. Even the one where there was the interference, that was a very well thrown ball. I've been watching it off and on all night here, and he's a good passer. Look at him.
It's a 23-yard pickup.
Got a pretty strong arm. Look at that pass.
And a good catch as well.
Yes, he hauled it in nicely.
So Central knocking on the door of the red zone here.
Yeah, had him beat and hit the target.
Hoping to retake the lead, trailing 12-7.
Yep.
Again, they spread it out. It's 2 receivers short side right and a wingback right as well. Throw near side, picked off.
Wow.
Intercepted at the 1-yard line, and then he tried to stay in bounds. It's picked by Bovell.
Yeah, they're going to give it to him on almost the 3. But that was
Bovell showing the hands on both sides. He caught the touchdown pass at the other end of the field a moment ago. He comes up with the interception here on what may have been, Steve, a little miscommunication.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just
on
going to say
Central's
that.
part.
Miscommunication. Instead of turning around right along the outside, what does he do? He cuts in towards the end zone. So either one or the other was wrong. My guess it was the receiver.
You can see the receiver took a premature hit as well.
Yeah, but he was behind him. I don't. You think the guy that took the hit down?
There's a little collision
there. Flag here
with the intended receiver, and now a flag does come out late.
What's that all about?
It's down at the 12-yard line.
No wonder.
The line of scrimmage was the 21, but that collision may have occurred at the 12.
Both of these teams seem to like to play the game at a faster pace. You see it on both offensive elements of that in both offenses. They want to shorten the time in between plays, hopefully try to keep the defense off kilter a little bit. Don't give them a time to read and react. It seems to be working for him, but looks like he's talking. Coach Hall is talking to Ryan, Coach Ray of Central, to see what he wants to do. Steve Hall. Did I say?
You said Coach Hall.
I meant Steve Hall.
Yeah, they're having
I think
in-depth conversation here. I believe the flag is against Central, so the interception is going to stand.
Yep.
It's a conduct penalty. It may have come after the play against Central as they protested what they thought was a non-call. You can see Coach Ray continuing to plead his case, but the West offense is on the field ready to take over.
I think he was looking for an explanation from Steve of what it was, and that's what was going on there.
Double wing here out of the pistol, man in motion. Davio with a reverse handoff and a little bit of room up the middle.
Yeah, well done.
That's Omoy. Came up with the pick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Foster. Got his number called that time. That's Keyshawn Foster, the receiver.
Yep.
All in all, 5 yards when you add it up. Make it 6 to set up second down and 4.
Yeah, one of the things he's got to do, though, is he's got to make sure that he stays the quarterback.
Dario.
Excuse me. He's doing a good job, but he can't stand up straight as a pole like that. You got to be in the football position when you're doing that reverse handoff. He still got it done, and it was a good play, but you want to kind of be squatted a little bit more in the football position and hide the ball a little bit better, but still a good reverse.
Doria takes a high snap, handoff, Paradise, zigzags his way for a first down. Goes over right guard, over the 40 up to the 41-yard line of the Blue Knights.
Well, you saw right there, Daria took a wicked hit after he handed it off, but it's legal because he was trying to fake like he had the ball. So referee Steve Hall was right on it and kept the flag in the pocket.
And West, of course, okay.
Yep.
With grinding down this clock already midway through the second quarter.
100%. Yeah, this plays right into what they're trying to do.
Looking to protect this 5-point lead of 12-7. And you were right, Steve. The pace seemingly was pretty bang-bang.
Absolutely, but they'll slow it down.
And they're going to take some air out of the tire here.
Yep.
And take their time in the huddle. It's been a good day for Gio Doria, the junior quarterback.
Done a great job.
2 touchdown tosses, orchestrating this drive as well, but this one goes backwards. Central ready and alert on the left side of the line. No gain there. They may give him forward progress. And in the end, it looks like West is going to lose 1 yard. So 2nd down and 11. But clock continuing to tick down towards 5 minutes now.
30-yard line.
Yeah, they're looking for 2 more first downs, grinding it out, forcing Coach Ray to call his timeouts on defense. We'll see if the Central defense can hold strong here, but what's it, 2nd and 11?
Yep. Inside of 5 minutes. Officially from the 31-yard line. Pre-snap motion, handoff, right side. It's
good defense.
Omoy. And again, nothing up front. 2 Central defenders in there to meet Foster.
Well, they're doing what they need to do.
3rd and 10.
To hang in there. This is a big play right here.
Yep.
Be interesting to see if West takes a little element of risk here to try to put the ball in the air, or do they just continue running? I would run it and kick it away only because of the fact that, let's see what they call for a play, but
you want to take that extra 40 seconds.
I want to take the extra 40 seconds and get it down under 3 minutes.
See what they do.
The game doesn't really count, so.
Now a timeout is called.
Yeah.
Coach Provencer wants to give himself a little extra time.
Yep, I think he wants to think about what he's calling here. Probably put in a call and then said, no, let's think this a little longer. Probably a good move.
3:51 remaining. Reminder, Thursdays.
Pretty tight game.
That's when we preview the upcoming week on FNL Gridiron, presented by Beals Insurance. We take an exclusive look around the league. All 4 divisions of NHIAA football, with exclusive interviews with media members, coaches, and the like. So we'll kick that off Thursday. And then Friday, September 6th, it all starts to count for real. The regular season statewide. We'll be busy Friday night, Saturday afternoon as well in week 1. The only place you can find it live in full, 1080 HD, is on our YouTube channel, FNL Media. Again, Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, on YouTube, FNL Media.
And our crew tonight, John leading the charge there, has done a terrific job. And on time, ready to go for at 5:30. It was terrific.
All right, 3rd down and 10. Coach Provencher has made his decision. Central hoping to force a punt. West looking for a big play here to keep the drive going with inside of 4 minutes remaining.
You think they're going to go in the air? What do you think?
Well, the prediction business is your forte.
All right.
I think they
call
will.
The timeout.
It makes me think they're going to throw
and
it.
It doesn't count in a game.
Yep.
I think they're going to go for it.
I think I may agree with you.
They got double twins out there. Yeah, spreading everything out.
Doria takes the snap, under pressure immediately, scrambles right, throws down the field, and incomplete.
It looked like when the ball was in the air, he had him in, but it looks like he might have overrun the ball just a little bit.
Intended for Whiter, a tough throw on the run there.
Yeah, so you live by it. Now you're.
Yep, so that works in Central's favor. The clock stops with 3:43 to go.
Yeah, instead of
4th and 10.
2:55 or something like that.
Little Green set to get it back.
That's just what Ryan Ray needs for his offense, a little bit of extra time. I believe he has all 3 of his timeouts, correct? Well, maybe
I believe so.
I don't know if they're adjusted. I don't recall a timeout, but.
Of course, no matter how this one ends, we've got 1 more to go.
Yeah, he did kind of overrun the ball.
Pelham and Goffstown coming up next.
Keep going deep there. As you're going towards the corner, you want to keep going deep to gain that separation. It looks to me like that's where Doria threw it.
Not quite sure what the holdup is here.
I don't either. Officials timeout maybe? Looks like they're.
Whatever it is, it's got Coach Ray upset again.
Yeah.
Ball still sitting at the 31-yard line of West. The fourth down coming. The Blue Knights finally break the huddle.
A lot of times if there's, there's holding going on, or Coach Ray may, I don't know what it is, but it could be anything really.
They're going to blow this play dead. Paradise got it off. But first, a timeout was called by Central.
Wow.
So something not quite right with the special teams unit.
And that's a tough timeout to take because you want those timeouts for your drive, for your final drive coming back, or likely final drive coming back. I'm sure Coach Ray isn't thrilled about that. He wants to preserve all three of those.
So timeout here, 3:43 to go.
Still plenty of time at the pace in which these guys have been working, play to play. So in between plays has been pretty fast.
West hoping to join the winner's circle. Earlier today, Sauhegan knocked off Trinity.
Yep.
We saw Memorial shut out Pembroke.
Looked good today. Memorial looked solid.
Pinkerton came up with a 20-7 victory over Bishop Girton. And Bedford at one point scored 21 in a row on their way to a 21-13 win.
Wow, there's
over
a punt
Salem.
and a half right there.
Yep. Outkick the coverage. This one rolls inside the 20 and is down closer to the 10-yard line.
Wow. And again, now that timeout taken looms even bigger because you want to be able to stop the clock as you move down the field. But I don't know, this young quarterback's got a pretty darn good arm, Nick. If he can connect, they can move the ball pretty well down the field. So it'll be very interesting to see. This is a big test for the West defense. West is, I'm sure, West as a whole here against a Division I program has got to be pretty pleased the way so far in this game. Now you got a situation where you really want to step up defensively because, like I say, his arm is he throws a pretty accurate pass, and he's got some receivers that can run a route. So
each team has turned the ball over once. West secondary came up with a takeaway that ended Central's drive at the 1-yard line.
Can't emphasize enough that you really wanted those 3 timeouts. We'll see if it really matters or not.
From their own 10. Blitz is picked up, delayed handoff, and up the middle he goes. Breaks a tackle and then is driven down from behind.
Nice run.
With a potentially touchdown-saving tackle there at about the 37-yard line.
Interesting call there. Inside run. Opened up a nice hole for him.
Yep. And at the second level, he made a miss.
Tackles, yeah.
27 yards in the end. Yep. That may be Central's, I believe, longest play from scrimmage tonight. And it comes at the right time for the home team. We're down to 3 minutes.
Yep.
First down and 10 from the Little Green 32-yard line.
That's a nice run right there on replay.
From the gun. Another blitz pickup. This one thrown and knocked away incomplete.
Almost intercepted right there. That was
it was Bovell got his hand on it, the defensive back.
Triple coverage there, kind of running. Always the most dangerous passes, Nick, are the ones where you're running in towards the coverage. Because that's the interception for touchdown returns are often developed out of that type of a situation. So probably shouldn't have thrown that ball.
Second down and 10.
Still got plenty of time. 2:42 with 2 timeouts. A lot of time. Just got to keep getting first downs.
3-man front. They're going to bring 4 on the rush. Another delayed handoff, another big hole to midfield and then some.
Wow.
Into West territory to the 48-yard line.
Yeah.
Before Amoy dragged him down.
Well, this is what happens when sometimes you spread out your defense into a prevent defense. Coach Ray, seeing that, knowing the time, you've got 2 timeouts, plenty of time in the clock, he can do the inside run. So I believe that West is probably going to have to apply a couple of resources more on the inside to defend that, but we'll see what they do. Yeah, it looks like they brought a few in.
17-yard gain. First and 10, another right side run. Hit at the line of scrimmage. Second effort. It's going to get him closer to the 43-yard line. Another chunk run there, but clock ticking down towards 2 minutes.
He really runs hard. He's doing a nice job there. Both runners are doing a good job. So I think what Coach Ray is trying to do is he's going to take what's given to him, given the time he has and the timeouts he has. You start getting inside 120, 110, at that point, things start tightening up just a little bit as far as what you can and can't do. But he's already down to what? Inside the 50-yard line. So
final 100 seconds. Play action. Hit on the throw, and this one is rolled dead, incomplete.
Coach is not going to be happy about that backside offensive line work right there. He's kind of all over him.
Seen a lot of edge blitzes here on the Blue Knight defense. Seen a few edge blitzes.
Again, this Blue Knight, the whole team is highly motivated. And watch this great job, great handwork. Watch the handwork. Oh, you're not going to see it coming around.
That's Paradise.
That's Paradise. He's a good athlete.
You got a pretty good hit on him there.
Yeah, but he just worked right around the offensive tackle. Coach Ray, as obviously distinguished lineman in his college career, not happy with that.
3rd and 3. West again showing blitz. They jump. They may have jumped early as a flag is thrown.
Yep. Quick 5 yards, stop the clock. Good cadence call right there. It wasn't just one that bounced either. I think there was at least 2 of them, maybe 3, that jumped offside. That usually is going to tell you that's just a good, solid cadence call.
That's a free first down.
Yep, free first down, and
so 3rd and 3 turns into 1st and 10 with 97 seconds to go.
So that takes the pressure off Coach Ray because now he's got a first down. That's a big penalty right there. This baby's going to go right down to the wire, I think, here, Nick.
Central trying to keep hope alive. 1st and 10 from the West 37. Out of the gun, handoff, right side, again with running room, and again a first down. Along the sideline, I believe tackled inbounds. The ball carrier is still going, but the officials rule him down. Back at the 22-yard line.
Still a good run. You know, I like to look at the little things in between, Nick. This young quarterback of Coach Ray on Central here, what a terrific job he did to sell this fake. Watch him here. He goes back and he pretends he's got the football and nobody turns around. They're still looking at him. Those little things in a game are so important for a quarterback to sell the fake, sell the decoy. Watch him. He goes back and he's still pretending he's bouncing like he's throwing the ball, giving his runner every opportunity to minimize the amount of defensive players that are picking up that he's got the ball early. What a great job.
1st and 10. Again, Central knocking on the door of the red zone. They turned it over inside the 10 on their previous drive.
He was really convinced he didn't go down.
Minute and a half to go. Almost had the officials convinced as well.
Plenty of time with the minute 30.
Play action. They're going to throw over the seam. It is caught. Touchdown.
Wow.
What a catch. Contested inside the goal line. The grab is made, and Central retakes the lead by a point.
Just a well-executed drive all the way down the field. Boy, was that ever a sling. Watch this velocity at which this ball goes by, comes out of his hands on the replay.
Well-timed. On the throw and catch.
This young quarterback, Coach Ray's got a quarterback to work with here. Sure, he obviously knows that.
Patrick Selby, great catch. Central going to retake the lead with a minute 24.
This is a gun. Look at that ball. Great job going back. He wanted it the most. Great job by the receiver. Watch him sling this ball. Good fake. That ball never went more than 10 feet off the ground.
Now a 2-point conversion try to push the margin to 3. Up the middle, big hit at the goal line, but he's in. Central. How about that, Steve? A 90-yard drive in a minute 19.
Flag down. Going to be something going on the kickoff here. Hopefully.
We've seen a few after whistle penalties.
You got to keep your composure in a situation like this. This game isn't over, but you got to credit Central the way that they ran that. As you said, Nick, the way they took that ball down the field.
In a minute 19, 90 yards.
Good management, and I give that young quarterback, we don't have I don't know his name because we don't have a
Well,
roster.
don't let the cat out of the bag.
Right. What do you mean? Oh. But, Coach Ray's got to be very pleased by what he just saw there, which he participated in with those calls. So he did a nice job with play sequencing, played his quarterback with his strengths, passes through the middle. Terrific job. Good. To me, this drive was done by good offensive work by Coach Ray, picking up the fact that they will load in the defensive backfield, spreading it out, leaving wide open alleys up the middle of the field, Nick. And they got two or three. They got like 40, 50 yards off of those running plays, which set them up inside the 50 here to go to the passing attack inside of 2 minutes.
Meanwhile, there's a mistake on the scoreboard. It is 15-12.
Yeah, that's
not 21-12. I'm not sure what that's about, but it's a 3-point game here with 1:24 to go.
Look at this pass, and then he goes up far. Does a terrific job going for it. Pulls it right in.
Knew the contact was coming.
Exactly. Pulled it right in. That was a
fearless, well-timed grab.
That's something that the coaching staff can go in tonight and say, look, our players played for us tonight. They didn't give up. And I just think the play calling offensively was terrific in that drive. Took what West gave you. West, kind of a bend but don't break mentality. Prevent defense, if you will. Well,
meanwhile, a penalty against Central. That's their second personal foul.
Yeah, and that's not a good penalty because look at where they're kicking from right now.
From their own 30.
You got to keep your composure.
This one high, kicked and fielded at the 30 for Manchester West's Rayvon Nelson, who makes a move to his right and crosses the 40. Is up to the 44 before he's stopped by two different defenders. So here we go. Minute 18 to go.
2 timeouts, not 3 left. 2.
Two
because
left for West.
They took one earlier, remember?
And they trail at 15-12.
Yeah. So let's see what West can do.
Yep.
What are they, on the 50, right? On the 45? On the 45.
Yeah, the nose of the football just shy of their own 45-yard line.
So with 2 timeouts, it's doable.
Certainly is. 78 seconds. Seen some good stuff tonight from Gio Doria. Does he have a little bit left here in the tank?
As well as this young quarterback from Central.
Here's the throw, and there's the catch along the far sideline. Grab made by Bovell. He's been the go-to receiver, and that's good for 15 yards and a first down.
Yep. Again, the cornerback's playing soft, trying to play prevent, and going to coach prevention, just like Coach Ray is going to take advantage of what they're giving him and working the ball on the field. The big thing, he was able to get out of bounds and stop the clock, Nick. So
officially at the Central 43-yard line.
Yeah, they still got it at 21.
So a 12-yard gain in the end.
What's interesting is looks like Ben's right on it. He's got it right.
Yep. Yep. Throw and catch near side with room. Trying to cut it upfield. Tackled inbounds.
Yep.
Close to the Central 30. West offense trying to hurry. Clock
really
momentarily stopped while they moved the chains with 1:04 to go.
Really needed to get out of bounds. He had the opportunity there, Nick. An extra 2 or 3 yards fighting for it wasn't worth the clock time. But
Keyshawn Foster, he's been busy.
Now they had to burn a timeout. So that extra 2 or 3 yards was not worth taking a timeout. Really need to speak to the receivers on that. They got to be game aware. Now, look, he had an opportunity to get out of bounds. He chose to go inside. Just take whatever they give you on the outside, maintain that sideline position so you can go out of bounds. Just a bad mistake there.
Another pretty throw in the face of pressure, though.
And a pretty
Doria.
reception. This kid's a good receiver.
Yep.
But he's got to know enough to go out of bounds there. Getting the time, clock, place, circumstance, situation. You got to do it. That's a costly timeout.
Again, this is a West team that had their troubles fielding enough players in the past.
But not now. Wow, look at them over there.
Now with one of their bigger rosters in the better part of 2 decades.
I don't remember this roster since the early 2000s. Do you?
1st and 10 at the 43. Out of the timeout. They're going to spread it out again. 4 receivers. Doria with time throws right side into a crowd and incomplete.
Wow.
Bovell scissored in the end zone there.
Yeah, that tackle's what jarred the ball loose for sure. That was That was a big play right there.
Trying to find Foster, who paid the price.
Boy, both of these quarterbacks can sling the ball for sure. You're going to see it here. Yep. Good timing on the tackle, too. Yeah, he knew he made a good play. Watch this. Nice route run. He did a nice job running that route. Oh, actually, it did go right through his hands. Boy, that's just great camera work there.
2nd and 10. Inside of a minute. Ball at the Central 43. Doria, pump fake. Now trying to run. Throws on the run. Touchdown!
Wow!
He's open, and he's in the end zone.
Wow.
West comes back with the answer they were looking for. The Blue Knight fans to my right are excited.
All right. You know the key to this is the quarterback.
A 55-yard drive, Steve, put together in 4 plays.
But watch Dorio. If we can see this again on replay in slow motion, watch his movement in the pocket, which as soon as he breaks forward, the defensive backs have to honor that, and they stop in their tracks, and then he slips through. Watch. Fake, steps up. Look at that. Got him beat, sees him in the end zone, late to the game, scores a touchdown.
Wow.
That's just great movement in the pocket. Look at him. He could feel the backside pressure coming. Just did a terrific job of getting away from it, buying himself an extra second or two to find his man in the end zone. Look at that work. Boy,
so
Dorio's
Central,
for real, Nick.
They put together a 90-yard drive to come up with the lead. And then West, less than a minute later, right down the field, they score with 53.7 seconds to go and now look to extend the lead with a 2-point try. A slow, the slant, the catch. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Up oval again, I believe.
The Blue Knights are back.
8 points on the board, and West now leads 20-15.
I would say, Nick, wherever this game lines up right now with the remaining 53 seconds.
By the way, that's Miles Whiter on the 2-point grab.
Yep. No matter what, Ryan and Coach Prevention can both go out of this game knowing that they have an offensive system that works. Both of these teams have good quarterbacks that can get it done, and that's something that but really the defensive back work and coverage is really the area where it needs to be worked on. But that lends itself to 2 good offenses that early on. I've never seen a jamboree, Nick, where so many offenses are actually ahead of the defense. Usually it's always the other way around. But I don't know if this lends itself to 7-on-7 in the spring. But I think these offensive players and schemes are in place earlier than I've ever seen them before.
We've seen timing that we don't typically see until the first week of October, typically.
Yeah, so, that could be the spring leagues there with what they're doing there. And
I think that's part of it. I think that's part of the growth.
Yeah.
I think that's part of what makes the sport attractive.
Yep, I would agree. But both of these offensive units for the coaching staff can be pleased, I feel, going in to the first game. Defensive back work. And let's face it, some of that, they had a pass rush there. Here we go.
54 seconds.
It's not over yet.
On the return, trying to bounce it near side, tackled. Where? At about the 35-yard line or so. Tough to tell from our broadcasting angle.
And I got Central having 1 timeout, right?
I think you're right. It still says 3 each on the board.
I think they have I think
we're not trusting that
left.
anymore.
Yeah, Ben has it Central on the screen as 2 timeouts. That could be right. I thought it was 1. I thought Ryan used 1 over here and then 1 down here. I could be wrong, though. We know West only has 1.
52 seconds. Reminder, 1 more game to go after this, as we will see Goffstown and Pelham in a cross-divisional matchup.
I guess it is 2. This has been a fun game to watch, really.
Yeah.
Been very entertaining.
Especially the last 2:43.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this one is broken up. Looked like a screen. Quarterback paid the price. Again, one of those edge blitzes. Brought Jerome Hennert into the backfield unabated. Now 2nd down and 10 with still 51 seconds remaining.
Yeah, good try, but well covered there by, Boy.
2 receivers, strong side left, 2 to the right. West.
I love the way he's fit.
Good
Look
blitz
at that throw.
pickup, good throw, and it's high and incomplete.
Yeah. There's some route running here that I don't think that the receivers are completing. It looks to me, this guy is very accurate. Looks to me like he's throwing to the spot, and for some reason we saw it down here, and I think that happened again there, where they didn't get to the right spot. Let's take a look. I like the way he sits in the pocket. He can fire the ball.
Great blitz pickup.
Look at that mechanics right there. Very solid.
3rd down 10.
Yeah. The question is where is he on the field is in relation to the hash marks?
3rd and 10, another throw. This time, incomplete.
Yeah, he got it.
He caught it. Wow.
Yeah, he caught it.
Wow. Spoke too soon.
That's all right. We're going to get a good look at this from the reverse angle,
Yep.
I think.
Okay, so
Yeah, we'll see if we
Central
get the
still
other angle.
alive as they spot the ball in the near hash at the 40-yard line. Bovell given credit for the tackle.
Yeah, here we
Clock
go. Good
frozen
reverse
at
angle right here.
46.
He caught it. 1, 2. Yeah, he's in.
Well, he only needs one,
Only needs one.
and he gets it.
Official right on it.
Central right back up to the line of scrimmage. Shotgun snap, throw, far side. Broken up and picked.
Wow.
Picked off the tip. I think it's Bovell. He's going down the sideline, and he's inside the 20, inside the 15 before he's finally ridden out of bounds. Second interception by this defensive secondary. And the pick, not by Bovell, but Miles Whiter.
Wow.
That may have been initially tipped as well. Whiter with a good return, waves goodbye to the Central faithful. As it looks like West is going to escape with what should be a 5-point win.
I don't know if they're going to escape. I say they win it. I think I give them that they won this game. You know what I mean?
Trailing by
to your point,
3
Nick,
with 1:17. They come up with a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and now an interception.
100%. Yeah, I mean, no question. This is just
31 seconds to go.
Wrong. Yeah, they're going to knee it. And my sense is Coach Ryan just going to let it go. And
that's it.
Sure, a little disappointing for Central for sure. But when you actually reflect on this game, Nick, Central's offense is got some horsepower that they can bring to it. West has got to be ecstatic pretty much across the board.
I'm not sure what the scoreboard situation is. They
I don't know
momentarily corrected it, and then they just put it back to 21-20.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't.
West is going to win. They wouldn't have taken a knee if they were trailing.
Yep.
20-15.
Yeah, no, it's 20-15, and let's really salute West High School for what this program was a couple years ago versus what it is now, and this is just terrific to watch the last 5 or 10 minutes like this. It's just been terrific to watch, Nick.
That's what I mean.
Nick's looks like Nick's talking over the clock. You know, as a former West alumnus, Nick, I can feel that you want that score on there, right?
Yeah, I do.
But
just for
nonetheless, West
sake.
is victorious. Both of these coaches, as we talked about offensively at least, have the opportunity to go into the next week feeling pretty good about what they can score points. Now it's going to be about who can defend. But clearly tonight, this is a revitalized West program, Nick.
Yeah.
Let's call it what it is.
Yep. And Central, plenty of good things to take away as well.
Absolutely.
Including that impressive 2-minute drill.
Yep.
Where they went 90 yards down the field.
He's got himself a quarterback.
Perhaps our most dramatic and exciting game so far.
I think it is so far.
Ends with a 20-15 West win. I don't care what the scoreboard says.
Yep.
All right, Steve, we're going to take a break. We're going to come
good.
back, and we're going to get to the final game of the evening. Coach Trisciani's Pelham Pythons.
Ought to be a good one.
Taking on Goffstown. More in a moment. You're watching the 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, presented by Beals Insurance. of this 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. We're presented by Beals Insurance.
Doing the kicking.
Pelham going to receive a short opening kick. The return man takes a step or two to his left, goes out of bounds with pretty good field position for Coach Trisciani's Pelham Pythons. This is a group that has won 4 straight Division II state championships, a win streak of north of 40 straight games. Coach Trisciani inheriting that.
Think about that.
Right.
Not 14.
40. And of course, Tom Baby, after 25 years, said that he was content to step aside and turn things over.
Down there on the sidelines when I was trying to get waiting to try to talk to Coach O'Reilly, and he's pretty happy, pretty thrilled to be working with Coach O'Reilly, and said he's doing the offense, and he's really excited. And we were talking a little bit about the difference between being a head coach and an assistant coach as far as the time investment and all that. You still put the time in, but you're with the players all the time, which is what you try to do, what you want. And so nice to see that he still stayed in the coaching ranks. And if you're Pelham, a running football program for years and years, going to the single wing offense is a pretty not a bad transition.
Got a 2nd down and 2. Right side run, and this one stopped in its tracks. Well, that's one of the defenders, Jacob Gagney, in there on the stop. Gagney, one of the seniors here for a Goffstown team, trying to get back on their feet after a couple of tough years. Of course, one of the recent highlights was an appearance in the 2020 state championship.
Yep.
In a hard-fought game against Nashua North, but then under head coach Nick Hammond, they have not quite been able to get back to those heights.
Well, I mean, a lot of it is personnel, feeder programs coming in. Looks to me like they've got, my understanding is they got a pretty young group coming in, and right now they're playing with some passion for sure right now. Defensively, we'll see how it goes, but getting off the ball pretty good, I think. Boom. Nice hit, nice job coming up. Boy, they've a lot of officials have got an opportunity to get their toes in the water, so to speak, again, Nick.
I think we've had a different crew every game.
Different crew every game. Yeah, which is great.
Yeah, it serves, as we talked about earlier, as a final tune-up, not just for the players and the coaches, but the officials, the chain gang.
I always
the staff here on the ground. I mean, across the board, it's good to get back into the swing. Meanwhile, on 4th down,
knock the ball loose.
Goffstown throws a block party in the backfield, and the Grizzlies are going to take over.
Yeah, I think we're blessed. We talk about it all the time. Very blessed to have the official groups, and they always need new officials. So anybody who's got a good knowledge of the game of football and wants to participate, contact the NHIAA and let them know you want to be an official, and they'll direct you to the right source to do so. 2 years ago, Nick, coming out of COVID situation there, we were having games Thursday night because they were short. Hopefully. Right. I think that's some of that straightened out, but always in need of more good officials or people that are willing to be trained.
Meanwhile, on 1st down, they give to the fullback in a big pile. It's going to make its way towards the Pelham 45-yard line.
And what do we got for?
We'll give them the 44-yard line in the end, so a 5-yard gain to bring up 2nd down and 5. Now 3 minutes gone here in the first quarter.
1, 2, 3.
Hunter Long, one of the juniors there for Goffstown.
2nd down 5, 42-yard line.
Now
it's
again,
like
a 2nd down and
seniors,
5
Nick.
For Pelham or Goffstown. Right side run, and Goffstown's going to move the sticks. And then some. Big gainer along the far sideline is going to position the Grizzly offense inside the 30. The fresh set of downs coming up.
Yep. Yeah, they're playing with some coming off the line well, Goffstown is. Nice job cutting inside. Nice run.
First and 10.
So 1st and 10. And another big run. Goes up the middle. Goffstown moving the football here on their opening drive.
Nice fake here. Watch him. Watch this fake.
Wing back there with plenty of room.
Yep.
Gannon carried on the play.
Good job getting
Meanwhile,
off
you
the
can
line.
see the extra protection on the helmet for Goffstown, that maroon extra covering. Something we haven't seen here tonight.
10-yard line.
Is that something, Steve, do you know if it's going to carry over into the regular season for Goffstown?
I've never
or who knows?
seen it before. I have no idea. Be interesting to see first game how that works out. But
Handoff up the middle and a good cut.
nice
It's
job.
going to lead to the end zone.
I do know that I think if you're going to get into long, hard hitting practices, Nick, I can see it in practice. I really can.
It's
Don't
Billy
know about
Schmidt.
the games. Haven't seen it before. So
That's Billy Schmidt, by
this
the
could be
way,
something new.
with the touchdown. And it caps off a very impressive opening drive for the Grizzlies. They come up with the 4th down stop. They take over near midfield. And they go on the ground the rest of the way, highlighted by the Schmidt touchdown. Now the extra point try on the way. McKenna Kelly, the senior, is the right-footed kicker. It's a high snap, but a good hold and a great kick.
This is what's great about having the end zone cameras.
No good. Had the height,
Yep.
but drifted a bit at the end and lands outside the upright. You can see that kind of yanked
Just kind of yanked it left.
to the left and no good. So 6-0 Goffstown.
But an aggressive running drive down to the end zone there by the Grizzlies. They're moving off the ball very, very well.
And they're fired up here early.
So Pelham will get the ball and another opportunity with the ball here. Sure, they want to put together a decent drive here before not let this game get away from them.
Well, a lot of those kids last year who were...
Some fog coming in here through the lights.
Yeah, good point.
Cool the temperatures. This is the coolest I think it's been since the spring, right?
But, Steve, to your earlier point about Goffstown and how last year was kind of a rebuilding year, those kids involved in that process usually better for it when they come out the other side.
Yep. And, the numbers look good.
Kicking off for Goffstown, number 10, Kelly McKenna.
So McKenna, after missing the extra point, comes up with a short kick here. Fielded on the run to the 25, return man to the 30, hit there. He'll work his way,
run.
despite the contact, up closer to the 35-yard line, perhaps the 34.
Yeah, Goffstown was traditionally a Division II program, Nick, and they've, to their credit, they come up and they fight it out here in Division I. But the last 2 years, there was, I don't know the numbers and the amount of seniors that they had were pretty sparse, Nick, the last 2 years. So I just counted, I think, 16 on this squad. I could be off one or two, but that's quickly what I counted. So, that's a fair amount of seniors. They got a good sized roster. So, looks like things are looking up for them. Nice run, nice cut outside.
Yep. Plenty
Real
of
nice
room.
cut.
Good block, too, along the sideline. That's Junior McKinnon,
Yep.
who seems to be establishing himself as the go-to option in the ground game.
What I liked about him is he stayed very tight to the line of scrimmage and then turned inside and then worked his way outside and really maximized the amount of yardage. It's a nice run. Look at this. Cuts inside, reads, sees the block coming in. Actually, it was before that. Excuse me. That was the end of the run. But that was a nice run.
Both rush units have looked impressive so far.
Yep. Well, I mean, when you look at this squad, new group of coaches, new head coach, and a new group of assistants, this is really vital for Coach Trisciani and his group. Another nice run.
There's McKinney.
Yep.
Going to turn his back to the defense, still going.
Yeah, it looks like the offensive line is kind of settled down just a little bit, or settled in, I should say, and they're getting off the ball a little better than they were before.
It goes 9 yards. About 8 of those were after contact.
Got
now a late
dead
flag.
ball foul.
Saw a couple of those in the previous game
here
between Central and West. And we may see a conduct penalty here on the way.
Looks like it's going to be against. No, who's it going to be against? Against Goffstown.
So we'll see how first-year head coach John Preston.
I couldn't see. It looks like unsportsmanlike conduct. And it's going to be a 15-yarder, so it looks to me like that's what it was. Boy, Nick, that is a costly.
Yep. Not going to sit well with Coach Preston.
No, it's not.
Again, John Preston taking over for Coach
Nick.
Hammond after Coach Hammond spent the previous 4 years as head coach.
Well, Coach Hammond is now with Central, we were told. So good to see him staying in the game. Good offensive play caller.
Pitch.
Nice
stay on the ground. They stay with McKinnon.
No, it's a 28. Boy.
Another gang tackle. We have a number of different maroon jerseys in the mix, including Christopher Hardy.
Yeah, Goffstown's moving defensively well to the ball. But Pelham has definitely settled in here. Their offensive line's getting off the ball better. The double wing, that wash is starting to work a little bit. Down wash is working a little bit. There's one thing you want to see is you want them to turn up field a little, hit that plant foot, and as soon as you see that wash inside, and then ride right along. There you go. Nice counter.
Spun down on the tackle inside the 12-yard line.
Awful hard to pick that up if it's done right. John, Coach Trisciani, very accustomed to the double wing. Ran it at Trinity. I believe ran it at the junior high league as well.
Ran it with the Manchester Bears.
And he ran it, that's what I mean, ran it with the Bears.
Yep.
And
probably with the Manchester Vikings before that.
Yeah, the Vikings, that's right.
Meanwhile, impressive counterpunch, so to speak, so far.
Yeah, much better looking drive than when they first came out. Everything was out of sync that first drive. Because only had 4 plays, 4 and out.
Trying to keep it going here with a 3rd and 4. Pitch left side, trying to find room, but I think he stopped short.
Yep.
Again, Goffstown waiting.
You got to give Goffstown
at the point
credit.
of attack. Yep, it's a 1-yard gain.
Watch
it's going to leave Pelham a little short, 4th and a long yard.
Boy.
Ball at the 11.
Goffstown got some inside scrappers up front. Not real big, but boy, they're scrappy, and they're doing a great job with handwork, getting separation from the offensive line, trying to tie them up, and it's giving them some vision. This is a good picture, John.
Got a 4th and 1. No hesitation here from the coaching staff. And off.
I think he got it.
This is Billy Nichols, the fullback, and the senior on second effort, I believe,
going to be the spot,
is going to keep the offense on the field with a first down.
First down.
Coach Preston with his arms in the air, not happy. Felt like his defensive effort was good enough. Instead, Pelham is ready to go. We got Coach Provencher here coming up of Manchester West. And we'll get to that here. Coach, hang on one sec here. We're just going to see how this drive plays out. But we appreciate you coming up. It's a pitch, and McKinnon is spun down, nowhere to go. Again, the Goffstown defense.
Scrappy, very scrappy little
rises
defense.
To the occasion as they've been able to really positioned multiple defenders at the point of attack.
They really have, and they're doing a great job, Nick, getting separation. Offensive linemen are trying to bowl them over, and they're able to kind of punch the gaps here and have vision coming through. I just used the word scrappy. That's what I call them. And good technique, doing a good job.
Meanwhile, a timeout. All right, let's bring in our guest, Andrew Provencher of Manchester West. We appreciate it, Coach. A little confusion with the score on the scoreboard. Can you guide us through that? It looked like I believe your team won 20-15.
Yeah, I believe that the guy up top there maybe was asleep at the wheel a little bit. That's what it looked like to me. But we were making sure that on the field that they knew what was going on, and the ref crew did a great job. So they knew what we had.
How about that ending? Final 2:43. Central goes down 90 yards, and then you guys in less than a minute have the answer.
Yeah.
And the defense has a takeaway to cement the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean 3 takeaways. That's we're pretty excited. They played the quality of football that we love, and honestly, last year we had 80% of our guys first years playing football. So this is for a lot of them. They're kind of like first time really getting some good experience.
Right.
So we're proud of them. And look, it's a jamboree, so we're trying to keep everything in perspective here. But anytime you can go face against a city rival, it's fun. So we're excited going into next week, and we're just laser focused on Pembroke right now.
And of course, it seems like the bigger picture is, Coach, the program itself, right? More players.
Yep.
I think you've had one of the bigger rosters in the last 15, 16 years
even.
Yeah,
65, so I think that's probably.
And then the number of upperclassmen.
Yeah, strong
as well,
and a lot of big freshman class. So we have we're really excited. Our young guns here last night had a great game against Merrimack and came out with a win. So we're excited. It was a good weekend for us, and guys really putting it all together. So we've been proud of them.
Coach, come into a new program. This is your second year, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
How do you build a team in an urban environment like that?
Sure.
Without really a direct feeder program that's dedicated to you, how do you build that into 65 players that, quite frankly, played with the kind of passion that you've got to be happy with?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's great to see them just out here rallying. We were talking to kids. Kids are kids, right? So it doesn't matter you're a city kid, country kid, wherever you might be. You want to. We've been telling them about what our vision is and kind of what we're trying to build, and they want to be part of it. And we don't turn anyone away. If they're willing to come and they're going to show up at practice, they're going to play for us and they're going to get opportunities. So we've just been preaching it to everybody in the hallways, everyone we can talk to. We've had a ton of support from Principal Deshard and a ton of support from athletic director Mike Cotter. So that's the formula to be successful in my opinion.
Yeah, one of the things you got a quarterback. You've got yourself a quarterback.
Absolutely.
That play and that touchdown there, that step up inside the pocket, sense backside pressure coming in, steps up, buys himself that extra second for the receiver to get and then he throws the ball. This kid looks very solid tonight.
Yeah, no, he looked great, and he's coming off of he played. He started last year as a sophomore.
Yep.
Had an injury during the middle of the season. Non-throwing shoulder, and came back rehabbed. He's very dedicated, great team leader. So we kind of see it every day what he can do. It's always nice when you get to see them do it out here.
I was really, really impressed with right across the board, all of the players on both sides of the football, resiliency. One of the things I saw is that game you played had a lot of, even just for over half, had a lot of ups and downs, a lot of opportunities for the Division II team to back off, maybe say this thing's over. Nobody was going to have anything of that, and they battled, and they seemed to be mentally tough. Is it just this particular group, or is it just the coaches up and down the board just bringing the right stuff out?
I mean, I got a phenomenal coaching staff, and Coach Dolan on defense and Coach Borman on offense.
Yeah.
They've been just been lights out for us, and I think that we talked about us not wanting to be a team that runs away from anything. And we want to take on blocks, take on tackles, do the things we can. And we don't want to be folks who run away. And that was kind of the theme going in today. We don't want to run away a D1 opponent. We want to be committed to everything we're doing. So I think they responded well.
I'll leave you with this. West High School's had a long history of culture in football. I remember those games going all the way back when in the early 2000s, what that program was then, and the excitement. I used to take my kids over, little guys that high, running all over the sidelines, and a good feeling over at West High School. That's back when Bedford was going there. But you've got something going on here. Very, very proud of what you're doing. Very, very exciting. and it just demonstrates with the way that the kids played. You could just see this is a happy group of guys that want to play for each other. Congratulations on what you're doing. West High School's back. Really look forward to a Division II matchup.
Love to see you guys make your way over to a West game. I know we got to throw some shine on them. I'm happy you guys got us here talking to me now, but you got to put West back on the radar.
Absolutely.
Get you into a game, okay?
Positively.
And Coach, while we got you, give me a little bit about your background.
Sure.
How'd you come into the position to begin with now that it is your second year?
Sure, yeah. So I've been very fortunate. I coached youth football for many years, and then coached for a year at Memorial, coached a year at West. Was fortunate enough to coach under John Trisciani Jr. Over at BG for 3 years. Took a year off, and then there were a lot of jobs that opened up, but I wanted to be back in the city of Manchester somehow. I grew up a Manchester kid, so it was great to have an opportunity to get back into Manchester, and I loved everything about the support that was in place at West, and it was just a perfect fit for me. There's really no other place I wanted to be.
Well, as an alum, I'm pulling for you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Great job.
Well
great
done.
job tonight. Most
and hopefully we'll talk again very soon.
Appreciate
kids
that.
having fun, and that's what it's all about.
Thank you. Andrew Preventure, second-year head coach of the Manchester Blue Knights, fresh off a 20-15 win here tonight at the Jamboree over Central.
He's done a terrific job. There's too many pieces of the puzzle that are fitting together. What I saw in that half of football, they're going to win football games this year, and that's going to create more energy and a lot of spirit in the school. And you go back, Nick, back when you were playing as a kid. I'd go to those games back in the early 2000s, and it was exciting and fun. And what you saw out there tonight, especially like Coach Prevention said, an in-city rival. Mm-hmm. That's pretty special. And but boy, they're going to go out and into all different places in Division II. You better get ready for them, because with that quarterback and the way that they're playing, you could just see he's a guy with a lot of energy. He's really pleased tonight. You could tell him he should be.
Meanwhile, on fourth down, Pelham is going to get into the end zone.
Boy, he runs heavy.
Touchdown, Junior McKinnon. That was an interesting drive. It looked like it was about to become derailed with a number of penalties, but a big run.
Yeah.
Gets them back within earshot of the end zone, and on fourth down, it's McKinnon who crosses the goal line.
And for Coach Trisciani and his staff, I'm sure that's a good feeling to get something across that goal line. Tie the game up, and this is a scrappy little Goffstown group. They're not a big bunch of guys, but boy, these kids play tough. And it's good for Pelham to even the score. We got ourselves another ball game.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with the last two games here. Been awful fun to watch. This one looks like it's going to be pretty solid as well. But I really enjoyed that interview, seeing him talk about his players and stuff. You can feel the energy in him, and his kids bring it for him like they did in this game. Obviously, bring it, asking us to come to a game. I'm game if you're game. If we can find a good matchup in the week. Let's take a look at the schedule.
I mean, we talked earlier. Division II really deeper.
It's much more fun.
I think in a lot of ways than last year. There's more contenders.
Less predictability.
Pelham is still likely the favorite as the defending champ. Yep. They've earned it, but there's going to be more competition, I think, in general in Division II.
I think there is, and St. Thomas has been on the rise as well. Yep. And you've got other programs, that have been in Division II that are every 3 years they've got their run up. So if you can get 7 or 8 teams in Division II that can beat each other, then watch all of a sudden the interest is going to get greater. The playoffs are going to get solid.
Right,
it's going to be good stuff.
Exactly. So, really 3 weekends in a row.
Yeah, and West High School, you can see Coach Boquette, because he's class act that he is. Don't tell him I said that. but you can see how excited he was for West High School. He wants that competition in Division II for those schools of that size, and it's just it's really really working out. Trinity's come up, just so many good things happening. So this is good for New Hampshire football.
Meanwhile, nowhere to go.
Yeah, it looks like Pelham is starting to get their sea legs, so to speak. They're starting to play a little more in unison. You can see things that they feel more confident. That's why getting this half of football, of live football, out of the way is so important.
Jaden Paris on the return, spun down at the 25, and that is where this offense will come back on for Goffstown. 2 seconds still to go.
Yep.
Here in this first quarter.
Yep.
6-6.
Gee, right down to the.
Well, the 4 games we've seen so far,
I've loved it.
They've all been 1-score differences.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
No. Pinkerton scored That long run that broke it open a little bit, 20-7 the final.
There was something with that game that didn't feel it. There was something you could saw. Both teams have got a lot to be happy about coming out of that game between BG and Pinkerton. Coach O'Reilly's got to be very pleased. And
then, of course, a one-score difference between Bedford and Salem. That was 21-13 in favor of the Bulldogs. And then West over Central a few minutes ago, 20-15.
Yeah, Bennett looks really, really, really solid. I mean, he's got that Morrison feel to him. That level of play, you can see. You clearly see these sort of running backs are going to break again. In order to beat those Londonderrys and those guys who are traditionally and the Pinkertons and Pinkerton beating a London, you've got to have those type of players that when you get down to it, Nick, they got breakout speed. So all they need is that one play that the offensive line knows if they can break open a spot, he can get into the end zone all on their own after that. And that's just such an advantage to have players like that. You can have a mediocre day but still win against a good team. And Pinkerton, without any doubt about it. If there's one thing about BG that they're going to need. They have a good running back, don't get me wrong, but they're missing that guy that has that breakout intense speed. We'll see if that emerges throughout the year. But everything else with BG I thought looked very, very solid.
Our broadcast tonight brought to you by Beals Insurance, locations in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Visit BealsInsurance.com. Also by MG Sports Fundraising. That's fundraising made easy. MG Sports Fundraising is the official fundraising partner of Friday Night Lights New Hampshire. Visit MGSportsFundraising.com. Start raising money for your team today. By the New Hampshire Tomahawks, showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NHTomahawks.com and also girls.NHTomahawks.com. And finally, by the newest member of our Friday Night Lights New Hampshire family, that's Colonial Printing.
Welcome.
Celebrating now over 50 years of family-owned business. Find out more at colonialprintingnh.com. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. It's been a fun day. The unofficial kickoff to the 2024 season here at the Manchester Queen City Football Jamboree here in Manchester. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals live from Gill Stadium. 5 games in the books, 5 two-quarter games. Wins already for Souhegan, Memorial, Pinkerton, Bedford, and West. The final spot in the winner's circle.
We did 5 games today, 5 halves? I thought we did 4.
Well, we didn't broadcast the first 2 games.
Right. So was it 7 or 6 games?
6 total.
6 total.
And this is the 4th that we're broadcasting.
That's on it. Okay. I misunderstood what you said. I was going to say, did I miss something? Did I have a black hole in there somewhere, Nick, and I didn't realize it? I don't know.
No, unfortunately, we couldn't do them all. The first game got off the ground at 3:30.
Yeah.
And that's just a little too early for us to.
Well, we got to get set up and stuff, so.
Right.
Fortunately.
But we did speak with Robin Boquette of Souhegan.
Yep.
Got a good recap of their win over Trinity.
Robin is always a good interview. He's got to be. I could tell he was really. As we were talking about Coach Provencher, he's really excited about that Division II, getting a nice bunch of good, solid. Every year programs that are going to give you a fight and develop rivalries and things of that nature, and that's what makes this sport great.
And of course, the regular season kicks off a week from tonight. We'll preview all the juicy Week 1 matchups this Thursday on FNL Gridiron, presented by Beals Insurance. Will be live at 6 o'clock. You can, of course, watch it anytime after that on our YouTube channel, FNL NH
All right,
Media.
when do you Wizards decide what game we're going to do? I usually, you guys usually start it off, and I just say whatever you want to do usually. But
I think we've got it. They know we're coming.
But Ben will be putting it on our YouTube channel
Yes.
once we make that decision. That we put of the 2 games we'll be doing this weekend. And
we're hoping to have the 4 head coaches of the two
Yes.
games on with us Thursday night.
Yes,
to talk here. We got a timeout from Goffstown. First-year head coach John Preston wants to talk it over. Just about 2 minutes gone by in this second quarter. 6-6 our score. Goffstown came up with a key stop on Pelham's opening drive, a fourth down stop.
I'll tell you.
Took over and then went down the field all on the ground. Put together a 6-play drive. Extra point try failed. 6-0 was the Goffstown lead. And then Pelham on their second drive, an extended conclusion.
Yep.
A big penalty, then a big run, and then a fourth down and goal conversion to tie the game at 6. And that is where we are here. Nearly 2 minutes gone in this second quarter.
Yeah, but no team has what appears to be some huge advantage over the other. They both are obviously well coached. They're strong. One of the things that, excuse me, number 5, what's his name from Pelham?
McKinnon.
Still learning the plays. McKinnon, he's one of those guys. He can run heavy in a double wing offense. The guy like that can do a lot in a double wing offense that gives him that opportunity to get through the hole. He can beat you down with lowering his shoulder. So he'll be an interesting guy to watch. Oh, nice play. Nice defensive play.
Nowhere to go. Yep. Dragged down immediately.
Yep.
Nick Muyce. He's also the quarterback.
Yep.
They can play defensively there in the backfield. It's a big loss, 6 yards. Set up a third down and 16.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll really materialize, but both defenses now have really kind of gelled and make it a little bit more difficult for and that's as it should be this time of year. One of the things that's just been amazing to me is how the offenses have been, like we talked about, have been on cue and
a lot of points tonight.
A lot of points tonight in a short, few minutes, just a quick half. And some of these games have been like you'd expect from a full game.
Right.
And that's pretty impressive at this early stage.
Pelham showing blitz. Goffstown going to roll out the quarterback. He's going to launch down the far side. This one is tipped and incomplete. Double covered there. Defensive back Muyce got his hand on it. Pass falls incomplete, and that's going to bring up a fourth down here for Goffstown.
Nice job by the safety. I think it was a safety coming across. Almost had an interception off of that, Nick. Just missed it. Just kind of went off his fingertips a little bit. Might have not had if he had timed his jump a little bit better, I think he may have had a shot. We'll take a look at it. We're going to get a good view of it here. Nice view to see if we can get the finish of it. Yep. Boy, did he come across fix. Nice job turning back to make sure there's no. Yeah, I think he could have grabbed that. It looked like he was starting to come down. Might have jumped a little early, but good defense there by the Pythons.
So Paris's pass goes incomplete. He drops back and is now the punter. He's going to have to field this bad snap off the ground. And somehow he gets off a rainbow kick near side that lands out of bounds around the 35-yard line.
Yeah.
Pretty good play, avoiding disaster there by Paris.
Yeah, you know that Coach Trisciani is going to want a solid defense, and it looks like they're starting to stiffen up pretty well. They're getting some good stunts into the backfield, chasing down their offensive ball carriers. So they have more size than Goffstown, but you got to give this. There's something about this Goffstown group. Every one of them, like I use the word scrappy, they're relentless. They scratch and bite their way into the backfield. And they do a great job anchoring themselves against going against heavier offensive players. They're doing a great job in the trench, maintain it and keeping vision up and making tackles in many cases right at the line.
Pelham wants to lead for the first time. It's not going to start here as McKinnon is in trouble. Paris had him around the knee.
That's just what I talked about. Look at him. Look at the size
of that
kid. And 2
more defenders finish him off. That's a loss of about 7, maybe 8 yards. No, 9 in the end.
Yeah, these kids play with heart.
Well done.
Again, not big guys. I mean, they're in probably the mid 160, 170 pound range, but they play tough. Look at that. That's just I am not going to give up, and I'm not intimidated by anybody type player. And those teams like that can go far with that attitude.
Boy, Paris is
made the wrong choice, by the way. Should have cut up field. He's been a good job of that before, but you don't try to beat that outside. You didn't have the angle. Look at this.
Second and long. Scramble time for Muyce. And he's got room down the right side.
Wow.
Somehow may have turned that into a first down.
Wow, what a great job recovering from the nothing there. Look at the great job by the Goffstown, by the Grizzlies getting to the background. But, boy, I'll tell you, he turned on the steam there.
And they do give him a first down. It's a 19-yard run.
Really? I thought it looked like about a half a yard short. They must have.
I thought it was short initially, too, but they are moving the sticks.
Okay.
So it's a first down. And there you see the athletic ability.
That's a great job there, turning around. Goffstown had it covered, but nice job turning inside.
Tackle again by Paris.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
First down. Quick hit to the fullback. He stumbles his way across midfield into Goffstown territory.
Yep.
With nearly now 5 minutes gone by in this final quarter.
Yeah. John's group's got these guys in sync. There's more work to do. I know he's not fully satisfied with the with every single block, but they've got. You can clearly see there's a scheme of what they're trying to do with the double wing is understood here. Just the execution level needs to get up just a little bit more. Hasn't had any time really with them, but these guys are running this offense, I think, quite well.
On 2nd and 5, the door is slammed shut. Interior run sniffed out again by the Goffstown defense. A number of players there in the hole.
I think as much of what I was just describing with the execution level is how quick and how scrappy Goffstown defensive line is, and they're making it difficult for the double wing block. They'd probably have a better chance against guys their own size, but these guys have got their hips a foot above the ground. They're dug in, and they're making it difficult for them to down block and kick out. A different style of defensive line would be probably easier to do, but they're having trouble getting the body on these guys. They did that time.
McKinnon gets the toss, gets to the second level.
It's going to be really
Carter
close.
Charest, the linebacker, is there to wrap him up.
It's going to be really close.
But not before Pelham picks up a first down. He needed 3 to give him 4.
Yep.
As we approach the midway point of this second quarter. Well, Steve, we had kind of a feeling that this game in particular would be one of the more fast-moving games, right? Because of the run game, the ground attack on both sides, and
it's moving pretty good.
It's moving.
The second quarter.
We're down to almost 6 minutes here. This could be the key drive of the game.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Goffstown sideline trying to make some noise, help out the defense. Toss McKinnon maneuvers his way right side, still on his feet. And now he's tangled up with Charest. Number 5 meets number 5. And they give him what? About 4 yards with the forward progress. There's a flag as well, Steve, and they've been thrown late along the line of scrimmage.
They may be throwing it because he held on to him so long after the whistle, kept pulling it back. I'm not sure. We'll see. But if I'm the Goffstown defensive coordinator and head coach, I'm pretty happy with the way these kids are coming out in the fight in which that they're playing against a bigger and heavier opponent. Something good's going on here with this group where they're I think that's exactly what happened. I think it's a personal foul. That's 15, right?
And if so, that's the second against Goffstown.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Got to maintain your composure.
So they're going to march this football inside the 30, slightly inside the 25. So it is a big penalty. That's 2 personal fouls, 30 penalty yards. First and 10. Pelham will take that. They fake to McKinnon. They go up the middle with Moyes. And again, a little late hit there. Yep, it's going to draw a flag. Well, the passion's perhaps getting the best of the players here in our final game of the evening.
Matt Slavic carried on the play. There's a flag on the play.
And this may, again, be a late hit against Goffstown or a personal foul. Officials they've been busy over the last few minutes. So the conversation continues. By the way, meanwhile, Steve just spoke off air with Central head coach Ryan Ray. He's agreed to join us. As soon as he's done putting away some of the equipment. This one actually looks like it's against Pelham. So we saw Goffstown take
a
15-yard personal foul penalty, and now we see one handed out against Pelham.
Really costly. You're marching yourself down the field there, and you just can't do those kind of penalties. You've got to stay focused, and the referees are having none. The coaches, the officials are having none of it, and establishing the expectations very early here that you're here to play football, and that's part of development.
Huge mistake. 3rd and 22 now. Coach Trisciani stays on the ground. He gets a quick hitter with the fullback, Nichols. Nichols gets some of that yardage back. Tackled inside the 30, down around the 28.
Now you add 15 to that, he's got a first down. That's how costly those things are. And it's just not fair. You work all week. It's all about the other. You've got to maintain your individual composure on a football field.
And, of course, again, as we talked about kind of the theme all night, it's really a final dry run before the season, and that involves kind of curtailing your temper as a player as well.
Yep, it's play whistle to whistle, and that's it. And then at that point, somebody starts jarring at you or dragging you in, you've got to maintain it.
Counter on 4th down.
These are young fellas that are learning their way, and the officials are doing the right thing because, you're going to go whatever you do in life, you've got to be able to maintain focus if you're going to do it well. So,
Jacob Gagne on the tackle, one of the veteran returnees for Goffstown, comes up with a big 4th down stop. So the Grizzly offense with 4:41 to go. Going to take over here with the game still tied at 6. The ball is at their own 26-yard line. 22-yard line, excuse me.
Yes.
Well, still a strong crowd here at Gill Stadium. Not quite as buzzing as a couple of hours ago.
Well, you got the overlap between the two games and the other one.
And it's also close to 10 o'clock here. But there is still plenty of folks here, plenty of folks down on the field as well.
Wow.
It's actually a couple minutes after 10. We got off the ground at 5:30.
Holy camole.
Of course, the Jamboree started at 3:30. And we've seen plenty of football action here. It's all leading up to next week's Week 1 broadcast. Will be on the air Friday night and most likely Saturday afternoon as well. We'll preview the Week 1 matchups on the air Thursday night with FNL Gridiron. We will speak to coaches and media members, as we always do, week in and week out throughout the course of the fall campaign.
Well, if you're going to grade this Jamboree, I would grade it an A, Nick, from the standpoint of what these teams were able to get, the advantage these teams that came to this Jamboree were able to get out of it. I would say across the board, pretty much you've got film of mistakes, positive things you can talk about, and most of all, I saw a lot of teams, many of the teams tonight start out kind of just not quite ready, and by the end of it, they were going at full game speed. And that's going to help them a lot leading into to teams. Yes, you have scrimmages and things like that, but it's just not the same as this. So this has been a good success for everybody that's come here, and for sure.
Out of the timeout, Goffstown sticks to the run game.
One of the things in this particular game is those personal fouls are something that they've got to eradicate because it got a little chippy there in the
West Central
game. Got a little chippy, had a little of that too. You just got to, emphasize what you're doing. Everybody's out there, works all week, puts all the time and effort in. If you're gonna do that in someplace else, not on the field. I mean, we see it in the NFL. You see the same stuff. It's an emotional game.
It's a tough line to walk.
It's a tough line to walk, and.
Inside of 4 minutes here on a 2nd down and 5. Going to put a man in motion, and it's a jet sweep near side.
Nice job with that.
With some speed, looking for the edge is Hunter Long. He's over the 40, and he's got a first down. Long chopped down at about the 42-yard line.
Hunter Long carried on the play.
Stopped there by Pelham's Nathan McGlory. Glory with his second stop as he makes the tackle out of the secondary. Clock ticking, 3.5 to go.
What do you take out of this if you're the Pythons or the Grizzlies, Nick, so far?
If it ends 6-6?
Yeah.
Well, I think Coach Trisciani pretty much outlined his expectations, right?
Yep.
Run a handful of plays, do it well, and hit.
Plays tough defense.
Yep. Certainly seen that.
Yep. I would say
same thing with Goffstown.
Yeah. I would say the offensive line of Pelham, as it relates to double ring, need to continue to improve execution-wise. They're having good blocking, good situation. Other ones, sure, some of these guys are coming in for the first time. John's, got a coach is in the process of coaching these guys up. But overall, I think he's got himself a pretty good squad here to work with, and they're going to get better. And Goffstown, like I say, not big, very tough. They're not going to back down to anybody. I think they can win some games this year. I really do.
Yeah. Team that won just one game a year ago, but they're passing the eye test.
They sure are.
At least tonight.
And
they're going to go up the middle here and end up just short of the first down marker. It's going to be 3rd and inches.
Coach Preston seems to everything seems to, on both sides of the ball, all the I's seem to be dotted, T's crossed, other than the emotional penalty things, but the dead ball fouls.
But procedurally, it's been pretty clean.
From sideline to field, it's been pretty clean.
Final 2 minutes here. Perez in no hurry as he takes a look at the home sideline. Puts a man in motion, and this one again a quick hitter up the middle. It's the fullback. He's looked good tonight. It's Phil Schmidt. He scored the touchdown for Goffstown back in the first quarter. And he's got his team in business here at the Pelham 37-yard line. Minute 36 to go.
First down 10.
And now the officials say run the clock. Meanwhile, it looks like the Goffstown kicker is getting loose on the sideline.
Yeah.
So we may see
it might be a young
McKenna
lady.
Kelly here coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if they...
And this one going nowhere.
Don't know the distance.
Perez stopped in his tracks near the line of scrimmage, may have lost a yard. 2nd down, 11. Clock, meanwhile, is down to 1 minute.
Going down fast.
This one, Steve, would be probably too deep for any high school kicker.
Yes.
Even they'd be about a 54-yarder.
Yeah, hell of a college kick, really.
Yeah. Although Kelly's kick earlier seemingly was a boomer. It just yanked left on the extra point try. They're going around the corner and looking for the edge, still fighting.
That's going to help.
Yep.
That's going to help.
Trim the distance. It's a first down anyway. They mark him at the 26. The clock, though, is still ticking, and now will be blown dead with 22 seconds to go. So a timeout here by Goffstown is going to preserve 22 seconds. And the yardage now on the field goal try would be, well, where are they spotting the ball? At the 24, so we're talking about a 42, maybe a 41-yarder.
Once another 10 yards, they can get it, at least 5. There's been a lot of good situational football as far as we've seen late drives, we've seen 2-minute drills. We've seen a lot with special teams that they were able to get in with kicks.
Right.
So there's been a lot of productive opportunities for teams to work on these things. So
here comes Coach
Ray.
Ray.
Here we go. I'm going to put him right in the middle of us. Good to see you, man.
Coach, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Thanks for coming on.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for coming up.
We appreciate it. We got some downtime here with 22 seconds to go.
So this is what it feels like being next to a Division I offensive lineman. Huh? That's the bottom line. Holy smokes.
Coach, where do you want to start, the Jamboree or your team?
Where do you guys want to start?
Let's start with the Jamboree in total, and let's make sure that mic is down in front of your mouth. There you go.
All righty.
I know it's a lot of work for you and your staff every year, but we certainly enjoyed the benefits tonight. We saw some really good football across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly really probably the best night of the year. We have so many really good programs coming here to Gill Stadium.
Well, a long run is going to end up out of bounds inside the 10 as Goffstown looks to set up a game-winning field goal. But the tradition, it gives not just the players and coaches something to look forward to here in late August, but certainly us in the media as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. At the end of 2 weeks worth of whether it be double sessions or whatever kind of training everybody's doing, it's definitely the shining light at the end of the tunnel. So season's right around the corner, and as long as everybody gets through tonight without any major injuries, then everybody feels good about what's going on, and we got some film to watch and get better at.
Your team certainly did some good things today against Manchester West. What stood out to you, and what were some of the things that you wanted your team to accomplish going in?
We treated it like a full-speed live practice against a very aggressive West team who's incredibly well coached by Andrew Preventure and his coaching staff. We wanted to see ourselves.
Meanwhile, we got a touchdown. Into the end zone goes Schmidt and Goffstown with 8 seconds left.
A whole bunch of scrappers on this team.
This looks
you
like
give this Goffstown team credit.
They're going to find a way to pull it out in the end. It's a 10-yard run for Schmidt. It's his second touchdown, and that makes it 12-6. Coach, I want to go back to that 2-minute drill, right, where basically – I think it was 2:43 left.
Which 2-minute drill?
Yeah, right.
Where we scored, or the 2-minute drill where they scored?
Well, how about when your team put together a 90-yard drive to get in the end zone? That must have been impressive.
that was definitely a high point of the night for us. As I said, we tried to treat it like it was a full-speed, highly intense practice, which it was, because again, West is such an up-and-coming team led by Coach Preventure. We wanted to see ourselves do a good job at different situations, and that 2-minute drill, a 90-yard drive. Certainly was one of the high points of us executing some things.
Let's look at some bright spots in Central. You have a linebacker core that looked very solid tonight. They were moving laterally extremely well. Coming up, you had some guys making some really good form tackles. There's some things to build on there that I saw. Obviously, in any time, the beginning of the year, you have mistakes here and there. But I thought that. But the thing that rose most to me was the quarterback. This young fella can sling a ball, and it looked to me like some receiver routes may have turned the wrong way, and he had it right. You know that, I don't. I was just kind of wondering about that because it looked to me like the way that he passes the ball, he gives you the opportunity to put up some passing yardage and be in a game at any time. Your thoughts on him? He looked very solid to me tonight.
We have 8 or 9 returning varsity starters on both sides of the ball, and Caden Salvy's one of them. He's been a 2-year starter already, so this is going to be his 3rd year starting at quarterback for us. And he's a great kid. He's a hard worker. He loves football. He's probably one of our most knowledgeable football players. So for us to have him at quarterback, if we can protect him, then he's going to do some really good things.
You seem to have a good rapport with him when he comes to the sideline. I always watch that. He seems to be looking to carry out your mission offensively on the field, and he seems to make good decisions. And he doesn't seem to be a guy, at least from the quick overview. Is that true, or what? Seems like you got a good rapport with him.
Well, no, definitely. Caden, as well as a lot of the other guys, we try to put a lot on the kids' plates.
Yep.
Because
you could see that.
Yeah. We give them a lot of input. We bounce things back and forth. I'm like, hey, what do you think here? We're not the kind of staff that asks them to do stuff that they don't want to do, that they don't feel comfortable doing. So I think that's more often than not that pays off. What you give them, it comes back in a positive way. So Caden Salvy, we got a lot, as I said, we got a lot of kids that are playing for their 2nd and 3rd year in a row on varsity. So, we're expecting a lot of good things. We're expecting a lot of growth. And, you mentioned our linebackers. They're seniors.
And your corners.
They're studs. Our corners are younger.
Yep,
we got a lot of juniors that have played, again, a lot of football last year as sophomores. So, just all in all, we got a really well-rounded group of young men who are working hard and we're trying to get better each and every day. So tonight was definitely a good experience for us. We came out on the wrong end of what we wanted to do. But you got to give West all the credit in the world because they came out and they didn't stop punching. You certainly look at, whatever it was, we score with a minute something left. You would assume that's over. But no, West goes right down the field and they score. So A lot of good things. A lot of good things to take away from watching film tomorrow, Sunday, Monday.
Yep, got something to break down.
Drawing board.
Yep. Last question about the Jamboree itself, Ryan. You've been doing this a tremendous amount of work. I want you to know that and I think you know this, the community appreciates the work and the effort that you guys put in. You kind of put this thing on your back. It's got to be at least kind of a good feeling to you to have this program, this whole system today loaded up with teams and some competitive games. You think about all the players that have come into this thing are going to go into next week better off because they played this half of football. Your thoughts on the Jamboree? To I and Nick, we've talked about it. Seems like it's really coming back post-COVID and coming back strong. And both years we've been here doing this, it's been a joy. So, first of all, thank you for everything that you do. What are your thoughts moving forward for the Jamboree and how it turned out today?
Again, as long as we get good weather, I think that it's an amazing tonight. So we do the freshman Jamboree last night, and that's an amazing night for the young kids.
Yep.
Because most of those young kids have never played on, like, I don't want to call it a big stage.
It is a big stage.
It is a big stage, but it's not a big stage. But you know what I mean? It's like this is a historic stadium. Over the course of the freshman day, it's not like it's a packed house, but there's a ton of people in here having a good time. So for the kids to get out here, I know our freshmen played Nashua North yesterday, and we did a great job against them. So our kids were like,
they're amped up.
You would have thought it was the Super Bowl. So it's a great experience for the young guys to get in here on Thursday, and it's a great experience for the older guys to kind of get re-ramped up with the referees. And the referees are, they're not taking any BS, and they want to make sure everything's done the right way. So all in all, it's definitely a great experience for everyone involved.
You got a guy in a camera out there and a guy back that directs the studio that loves Ryan Ray. You probably don't remember. They got your autograph way back at the Schubert camp. You were a hero to them and to so many other kids, Ryan. I know I tell you all the time.
Well, I appreciate you and your kids for sure. I don't know how many guys I'm a hero to, but
well,
I do love trying to help.
You know what I mean by that.
I do, and I appreciate you, brother.
People that are mentors and people that develop kids, and you've done it. So. Thank you for that, and obviously thank you for joining us. Don't take you too far from your work here, but
no worries.
You'll probably be here till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
I got one question.
Yeah.
Quick one.
Gets out of here. Yeah, no worries. We got time.
Next week.
Yep.
What happens between now and then, getting ready for week one?
Week one, we got to lick our wounds. Anybody that's banged up, we held out 5 starters tonight, which we hope will be back next week. 3 of them were precautionary. 2 of them, they just weren't. They weren't where we wanted them to be to get out there in a live, full-speed setting. So we got to get those 5 guys back. We lost Owen Taylor-Gelinas, who is, in my opinion, one of the best, two-way players around, and he's only a junior. He scored a touchdown on that first drive, and they rolled up on his ankle. Obviously, just regular football play, but they rolled up on his ankle. So what do I got to do in the next 5 days? Central Little Green's got to get healthy. We got to make sure that we're firing on all cylinders, because I'm not crying poverty, but the one thing that we are lacking is depth.
Yeah.
I love our first group, and they're working their rear end off, and I love our second and third group. But if we have to play a lot of second and third group guys, we're not going to be super successful, because second and third group guys are second and third group guys for a reason. So we got to get our, let's call it 15 ones, back to being healthy and ready to roll. We got to watch a lot of film, because from what I understand, we got Alver next week, and from what I understand, they're the real deal this year. So they went toe-to-toe and slugged it out with Bishop Girton, from my understanding, a week ago, and then I guess today they might have, I don't know, I haven't seen the film, but they might have had a lot of success against Nashua North. That was the rumor I heard. So
wow.
Alvern is a dangerous team, and if we're not healthy and if we're not executing well, then it is not going to be a good result for the Little Green next Friday.
Coach, congratulations on another event.
Thank you, brother.
Well
Extremely
run.
successful.
Thank you.
We appreciate the time tonight. We wish you luck moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys anytime.
Thank you.
All right.
That's Ryan Ray, the man behind the whole thing.
Take care, brother.
Orchestrating another successful event here to kick off the season unofficially at Gill Stadium. By the way, Goffstown, they win it 12-6, 13-6 the final there. So that concludes our on-field action. Steve, before we get to the thank yous, some final thoughts on your end on, again, what was a successful night.
This is extremely successful because the programs are growing, and we've already heard the other night, we heard somebody talking about would love to, you were on Sherm's program, he says, well, we'd love to have a Jamboree on maybe Saturday. These things work, and it's all part of getting the boys of fall out here to play. Officials, coaches, parents, families, brothers, sisters, players, media. It just kind of gives us a dry run here that we can get going. So I think it's Ryan's put together a great thing here. And the way that football is going, it's only going to get bigger as time. They may have to extend it if more teams want to come in. But great, very successful night. And as always, Nick, I'm always excited to work with my partner, Nick, and it's great to be back. I'm looking forward to a great season together.
Absolutely. Well said. Want to thank Coach Ray.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
For jumping on with us a moment ago, but really making it easy for us to get here and get going. So we appreciate.
Well, they lay out the red carpet for John to set up. They let us, they're so good.
All right, it's Coach Ray. It's the Central Booster Club as well. Mike Wenners, of course, the AD there. Yep. So great job again here in 2000.
Saw some good games tonight.
24. I want to thank our guests for jumping on as well. Some exclusive interviews tonight. Not just Coach Ray, but we spoke with Roger Brown. We spoke with Robin Burkett. Spoke with Coach Provencher following the West win. Am I missing one here?
Well, I got a chance to speak to Coach Riley, but I got to tell you, he's got to be a happy guy. One of the happier guys going out tonight.
Coach Nalen jumped on.
Coach Nalen did a fantastic job with us. Very impressed with him. He's got his team ready. Needs to develop a few more weapons on the offensive side, but boy, when you've got an offense and defensive line that's going to gel like that one, there's so many things. West High School, great night tonight for them, as Ryan so graciously said about Coach Provenza. There's just a whole bunch of things good going on. I'm amped for next week.
Want to thank the sponsors as well. Of course, Beals Insurance, MG Sports Fundraising, the New Hampshire Tomahawks, and the newest member of our crew, of course, Colonial Printing.
Absolutely.
Appreciate them and their ongoing support as well. Of course, Thursday we're back on. Our first edition of FNL Gridiron comes your way live, 6 o'clock. On our YouTube channel, FNL NH Media. We'll break down week one across the board with exclusive interviews with players, maybe not players, but coaches and media members for sure. All right, want to thank our crew. Of course, the hardworking John Barron, spearheading the setup, making sure we are connected and on time. Appreciate John. Of course, the great Kat Doyle up here with us, navigating the tough angles.
But great job. Yep.
For sure. And, of course, Matt Beals holding it down in
great
the
job.
End zone, as he always does. The whole thing orchestrated by the man behind the curtain, the wizard of replay, our director, Ben Beals, back in the Beals Insurance Studios. Great saddling up with you again, Steve, as
always.
Well. For my partner,
you ready?
Steve Beals. I hope so. My name is Nick Anastas, saying so long. This has been a presentation of the 2024 Queen City Football Jamboree, right here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, presented by Beals Insurance.